Raw time.
I'd like to give a shout out to my sister Hillary, and also fuck you.
Fuck me. Raw time.
Why, a big boost of confidence, a little more self-esteem.
Anyways, these are examples of the worst videos in the world that we're playing tonight that really suck. And we just want to let everybody know what they should not be watching and should not be listening to. All right.
Ain't that the truth? I love this fucking song. White House. White House? That's so fucking wild. I was actually, like, reading something about them the other day. That's an interesting little coincidence. Okay, like, I thought you were gonna say something like Throbbing Gristle, which is weird, don't get me wrong, but, like, when you now say White House and you say weird end of the industrial music genre spectrum, then yeah, you're diving, like, head fucking first in. Because that's like ambient, obscure noise, like, what the fuck? Alrighty. Have you ever listened to hyperpop or dreamcore or weirdcore? Give me examples of bands in those genres and I can tell you if I have or not. Dream pop, I think, is pretty neat. It's kind of like electro, ethereal indie, sort of. Shoegaze is very good. Christian Peck, I actually quite like shoegaze. Curve is a fucking amazing band, and in fact, before we get into the video, I want to start the stream off today with... It's been a long goddamn time. I'll link one of their videos in the chat. Alright, let's see. Okay, there we go. There we go. I'll link one of Curve's songs in the chat. There we go. Team Sleep is fucking great. People sleep on that project way more than they ever should. Way more than they ever should. Team Sleep is like one of Chino's side projects. Chino from the Deftones. It's pretty good. It goes from either really, really hard or really, really ambient. Palms is another really good side project that he's done. Another really, really good side project that he's done. Would be Pogo and Kiro. Silent Hill. I guess then, yeah, I've listened to Weirdcore because I listen to the Silent Hill soundtracks, like, pretty regularly. They've actually got a lot of really good ambient, kind of quiet, chill stuff on them. Alrighty, so how many of you people have been following this fucking Mama Max insanity? How many of you? Because, like, this has been the absolute craziest fucking thing to watch happen over the span of a week that I've seen in a long fucking time. Long story short, Mama Max was one of these pedo hunting YouTubers who'd go out and try to entrap people who are arguably gross pieces of shit into ratting on themselves as pedos, and he also dressed his content up in like the edgiest way fucking possible, which made it very hard to take him seriously, at least for me. He's been wrapped up now in a scandal where he had to admit that most of the pedo hunts that he went on and people that he captured were completely and totally fabricated by him, and then the few of people that he actually went against that were actually legitimate basically all got away. He's buried in a scandal now where he's handled a case of this going on in the most completely ridiculously fucked up way possible, to the point where it's possibly entirely butt-fucked this case into the dirt. He got into an enormous tiff with Mudahar, of all fucking people. who was wholeheartedly supporting what this kid was doing. And he burnt that bridge so badly that it wound up in the creation. It wound up creating the video we're going to take a look at. And it'll outlay basically everything that's going on a lot better than I can outlay it for you. I'm better at commenting on things as they happen, as we're watching them. I'm terrible at relaying what led up to that point. So, let's get into it. Here we go.
Today's video is the most serious I might have made in my entire career on this platform. It's a video I don't want to make because it's personally so uncomfortable. It's a video about someone I, and many in the community, considered a friend. Today, I personally don't consider this person a friend. I consider them a liar, both professionally and on a personal level regarding very personal things.
It took a while for you to cop to that, but I'm glad that you finally did. He unfortunately did kiss this dude's ass quite a bit.
But that's me going into things that I shouldn't need to. I also didn't want to make a video on this because I'm not an expert on the topics that we are completely discussing today. As you know, when I upload things to my channel, it can be about computer software, it can be about creepy games, it can be browsing the weirder side of the internet, like the deep web. It can be looking at trending things. It could be a bunch of stuff, mostly lighthearted, and yes, I do occasionally dip into things that are very serious. But when it comes to situations regarding, situations regarding trafficking and whatnot,
yeah, we're diving into the light end of the pool in subject matter today, kids.
I am not an expert. That is something for the law enforcement, for lawyers, for professionals to appropriately handle. I don't even think YouTubers should be the ones that are running cases like this, because in a vast majority of cases, most of them aren't well equipped. But in this situation, this creator specifically that we are talking about is Mommymus. Now, Mommymus is a channel with 746,000 subscribers, a filmmaker dedicated to empowering children.
At the time this video was made, it had 746,000. I think he's about ready to hit like less than 690,000 or so.
Throughout his career,
he's lost so many fucking subscribers because of this clusterfuck.
Mommymus has covered topics such as his Life Sucks series, anime reviews, but what most people know Max for is his Predator hunts. Videos where Max claims to infiltrate dark corners of social media. He's made very popular videos and gained a lot of respect in the larger YouTube community. Predator...
I don't know how. Like, when you really go back through after knowing what you'll know by the time we get done with this fucking video, I don't understand how he got to the level that he got as far as subscriber base and anything.
Hunting is a popular topic on the internet and YouTube in general.
Like, I don't even know how the hell his content got as popular as it did even before all this, because it's just so fucking impossible to watch. It's just unadulterated cringe. I mean, that's a pretty tall statement coming from me.
And it's seen a bit of a resurgence in recent years, with very high-profile cases such as EP1 caught in a massive YouTube sting operation, in an alleged meetup of a minor. Nowadays, the predator poaching channels that exist are a dime a dozen, and a big fear of these channels that a lot of the community has is that in the grand majority, for clicks and revenue, basic investigative and evidentiary rules aren't met, and law enforcement in many cases is not even involved until well after the fact.
Well, because these people want to fucking do it for the clout. That's really what it is.
And it's caused a serious problem in letting actual evil people walk free because of technicalities and failing to follow basic evidentiary patterns, when in realistic fashion, if law enforcement was involved, these people would be tried in a court of law. That said, Mommymus has committed...
I mean, you gotta think it is pretty fucking stupid to hold a YouTuber to any sort of standard. They're gonna do whatever scumfucky thing they're gonna do to get as much attention as possible. It's just part for the course with YouTubers, though.
Almost every single scene...
Doesn't make it right, but I mean, you know, to assume that somebody's going to get involved in something like this for anything other than being a ginormous attention whore is a little bit silly.
And in the book, in the hunt for who he believes is one of the most evil predators currently walking in the world today. So why am I talking about him so negatively now? Because again, like I said, Max has recently made several videos, 3 in particular, making what I believe to be a mockery of these types of serious investigations.
And it's because he's also a fucking phony.
Max has covered a story he claims is peppered with human trafficking, cult worship, and brainwashing, and violent abuse. Topics that are incredibly serious. And
him with this beard in this video right here, let me make this a little bit bigger for you guys. It just looks like I'm watching a fucking ISIS video. That's just the vibes I get. Just a little bit bigger. There we go. There's that too. Yeah, whatever.
As I've said, I am not a key expert on topics where real victims exist and continue to exist on a daily basis. So let's get started. This is the story of how Mama Max has failed what he considers a very serious investigation, and a prime example of how YouTubers should not be involved with serious situations like this. So let's start off with the story. The story begins on October 3rd, 2023, where Max sends me a message on Discord. Hey Muda, I hope you've been well. I don't want to bother, but I thought you might appreciate a heads up about an upcoming project of mine. I'm on the verge of releasing a video for Halloween that is likely to generate significant drama. While it may be deemed controversial, the intent behind it is for charity.
Oh god, that's so fucking hilarious. He's actually nuked a GoFundMe account that he made to try to, like, raise money for the court case behind it. We'll get into all that shit. The fallout of this has been just catastrophically hilarious.
It's designed to be a trap for reaction channels. Knowing your integrity and the quality of your content, I would hate for you to be caught off guard. At the same time, we would be honored if you would consider covering this in a thoughtful manner. To facilitate a deeper discussion, may I include you in a group chat with other influencers who are also considering covering this topic. If confidentiality is not an issue, I'd be more than happy to send you the video under a non-disclosure agreement.
That would be the point where I would just be like, you know what, fuck this, I'm not even remotely interested. I have to sign an NDA for you to tell me anything about this. Like, it's all dressed up to sound like, oh, okay, wow, this sounds like something legit, but the fact that you've got to hide any information about this behind a fucking a YouTube NDA is fucking completely inadmissible in court. It's unenforceable legally. Like, the fact that you have to hide your information behind it means that you're hiding also your intentions and motivations. You know, if you don't want to be upfront, fuck that. That'd be about the point I'd just check out right there if I were him, but...
This will allow you to become familiar with the video's content before it goes public, enabling you to navigate any provocative elements we've included. Look forward to hearing from you, Max. Now, to understand, initially I read this and said, I'm down to hop in, man. Good to hear from you. Hope everything is well. And again, Max says, it's good to hear from you as well, bro. I'll add you in a few moments. Hey, Muda, just wanted to know your current thoughts within the group chat. Now, if you notice the exact dates of these messages, you'll probably pick up that around this time in October, I was already busy with a massive investigation under our belt. In the following weeks from my response to Max, I would release a video on the completionist and further investigate that situation with a fellow YouTuber known as Carl Jobst.
That was a fucking crazy situation.
I was also in and out of the country for personal reasons, and I wasn't really able for anything else, as I wasn't really available for doing anything. As you can assume during this time.
So, like, what he did with Charlie is he tried to strong-arm this guy into getting involved with all this and then acted like somehow it was his fault because he didn't respond to him on his fucking timetable.
I was mostly away from Discord, and if you really wanted to contact me, using Twitter to directly message me or calling me on my personal cell phone is usually the best tactic, which a lot of people in this scene, you know, if you need to absolutely contact me, have. That said, I can't confirm what happened in the group chat Max invited me to, as I honestly don't remember checking it, nor which creators were in that specifically. So a few days after inviting me to this group, Max inquires and asks, Mudahar, it's been a bit since we've caught up, and I get that your plate is probably overflowing, but I wanted to touch base again. Sorry if our previous chats have been a bit heavy. These issues are really close to my heart, and that's exactly why we need to keep the conversation going. You've got a seriously powerful platform, and within your reach, we could really make some noise for the betterment of children's lives. Just a little bit of your
This is so sanctimonious. Like, I don't understand how the fuck you could take this seriously.
time could go a long way. No.
Look, I get people want to stop pedophiles and all that shit, but I mean, if you've got to sell it this hard, you sound like a fucking door-to-door Jehovah's Witness.
Sure to dive into the subject, but if you could spare...
I'm coming at this too, like, from the perspective of now knowing all the shit that's happened, but even still.
For a couple of hours for an interview, I believe we could spark some real change. Is there a time that works for both of us to sit down and talk for an initial engagement? A few days later, Max...
This is so corporate. This is like just such corpo fucking speed.
Says, I'm reaching out again because the voices of child survivors cannot be ignored. I've shared their stories with you because I believed in your capacity for empathy and action. Your
It's like slowly getting more aggressive.
silence so far has been disheartening, but I still remain hopeful.
Your
Please understand,
silence.
we are determined to be heard and will continue to seek influencers who have the power to do something heroic.
Oh,
Watching
God.
the attached video and acknowledging their plight is all we are asking right now. I hope you will not let us down.
What is this shit? This us down. Who's us? We. Max is like doing this all as one guy, and yet he has to keep selling it as if he's got like a whole fucking team of people, which I do not for a second fucking believe. You know what's crazy too is if you pay attention to some of the language that he'll use and all this, and some of the stuff that he does. I mean, the amount of plays straight from the Onision playbook, the parallels are just absolutely fucking nuts. There's so many.
And obviously, the end of this, you can see that it becomes very apparent that Max is emotionally guilting me into speaking and promoting a topic that I haven't actually seen much concrete evidence on, nor do I know much about, because it doesn't publicly exist, at least the evidence as far as today. And also,
Gothstar says maybe the TikTok lawyer wrote it. Oh, just wait. Just wait until we get in how he actually fucking used ChatGPT to give him fucking legal advice, and then even said to this guy that it gives good legal advice. Like, you gotta... Oh, man.
because I'm working on another
Like, since my video on it, which nobody fucking watched, it's no big deal. I mean, you know, it's like...
video
the amount of updates of just how stupid this got and how under the radar the stupidity of it went has been actually crazy.
for my channel as well. A very serious investigation that I have to be 100% on. Max sends me more videos that have since been privated, originally unlisted, and these videos, according to the time frame sent, I didn't see since, as you can imagine, I was preoccupied with my own investigation.
How dare you have a life? You need to do things on my timetable. Why doesn't your life revolve around me?
The next video he sends me was originally titled, "This is the greatest cancellation of all time." @Penguin0, #WeAreReal. The title in the original play was a play on Charlie's content, in which his descriptions are always, "This is the greatest blank of all time." And the thumbnail being Charlie initially had me worried that something nefarious was going on or about to come out on a close online associate, given the nature of Max's predatory hunting content. This video was never a cancellation on Charlie, but rather severe clickbait to draw eyes and then shift attention briefly to the story Max is covering. And
God, this fucking editing. Dude, I am like a king of cringe and way too edgy for my own good at some times, but like, I can't even imagine, like, just unironically sitting there and filming some stupid fucking bullshit like this and wanting people to take me seriously.
on cults, misinformation, and artificial intelligence in our world. At this time, I respond back. Max, I've seen your latest video and have caught up with this whole situation. I haven't seen the 5-hour podcast with Spencer, who is one of the victims. She has her own channel, where she posted a 4 to 5 hour account of her involvement and experience with this cult that we are going to look into.
I am almost convinced this chick was just like the Ghislaine Maxwell in this whole cult situation. She implicates herself in being directly involved with some of the supposedly fucked up shit that happened with all this so much. Now, I keep saying supposedly in regards to this because there's still a lot of validity about a lot of the claims of stuff that's happened and that needs to be had, but the way that this Spencer person talks about it, and we'll see that in this video, it's just so fucking sus. It's so fucking sus.
It's quite long, and I feel the story could do with a bit more structure. This is a serious matter, and I have no issues covering it. I would like the victims to seek proper restitution, but going it in this manner isn't the best. I would be down to talk further with these victims and analyze this evidence if their claims are as solid as it's being depicted. And at this moment, Max had literally called the person in this video. He wasn't alleging, he was actually materially accusing them of...
On March 18th, 2016.
Stupid voice.
Spencer, a 16-year-old girl from Wiley, Texas, mysteriously disappeared. Lured by the illusion of joining a supernatural family as a vampire.
I was pretty fucking stupid at 16 years old, make no goddamn mistake, but I don't know that I was stupid enough to wind up in a situation like that, even if somebody was trying to manipulate me, like...
On some random corner of the internet. She actually found herself ensnared in a dangerous cult led by a child predator posing as a werewolf god. The man had recruited hundreds of young children, subjecting them to sending CP, assault, and attempted trafficking. Almost 7 years later, Spencer and the other survivors shared their stories with me. This video serves as their scream for action against their perpetrator.
Oh, Jesus, this goddamn fucking ad shit. We were about to get to the greatest fucking thing you'll ever see. Come on.
Maximus,
It's not this.
empires,
Fuck off.
Gods.
Somebody please show me a fucking ad block that works on this website so I can get rid of these goddamn ads.
A few minutes.
Oh my god.
Action against their perpetrator.
I've actually sampled that for one of my tracks.
A few minutes later, towards a text scroll at the end of the video, you can see that he puts an entire full name, pinning those serious accusations on this person who is alleged to be this cult leader. So these were very, very serious accusations, which need to be matched with very, very serious, corroborative, ironclad evidence. The videos you produce don't damn Cameron. A lot of the screenshots don't punch hard since they're on screen for less than a second and lack the required context. If you want this person to be damned,
Yeah, but that's pretty much by design with his videos.
and attract the attention of a broader community, we need to sit down and piece this together out from beginning to its current stages in a
Why did he growl like a freshman band kid? Because that's his feral roar. It's totally serious, man.
damning but digestible manner. The story has a beginning, and we need to start there. And that's where I'm going to leave these messages at, okay? Obviously, I communicated with Max privately about the situation.
I mean, I can't get on him for the growl, though. I mean, like, my growls are probably not much better than that, hence why I'm not in a deathcore band.
But as we are making this video now,
Like, my metal voice has been pretty rough over the years. It's historically displayed.
it's evolved into an entire miasma of complete confusion for people jumping in. And if you're confused now, just wait until we dig in further. Now, it's understandable that the story actually belongs to Max. Max was the first one to bring it to YouTube, and when you're making incredibly serious claims like he was making, they require incredibly serious corroborative evidence. You can't necessarily go to any YouTuber and tell them, hey, please say some of the most insane accusations you can make about anybody's character. And
I don't know, man. There's some people out there that will just because they want the fucking money.
do that basically on blind faith. Yes, I know that he said to people that there is evidence locked behind an NDA, but if that evidence isn't publicly available, you literally are opening yourself up to a very, very serious claim from this person. That also said, making these serious
What game is this? This looks interesting.
claims can only entice this person if they're actually, say, allegedly guilty of them, and it could cause them to go down and delete evidence so that if they know that they are under scrutiny or investigation,
Ghostwire Tokyo.
they might start actually getting rid of actionable evidence that can exist. If these people are potentially armed and
This looks pretty neat.
dangerous, it could make them go above the edge, over the edge, and then actually cause harm to the people around them as some form of retribution to somebody online. And that's why you have to be incredibly careful. You
But Max doesn't give a fuck about that. Like, he literally will make statements encouraging people to go out there and actually cause fucking physical harm to the people that he tries to call out in some of his videos, which is like, dude, that's a good way to get fucking arrested if you get somebody killed because it was like your call to action that made it happen, dipshit.
can't be making claims
Stupid.
unless you can
You know, like the 10 years I did the Onion shit, I didn't never ask anybody to go out there and just beat his fucking ass. What the hell? I don't want people going out there and getting themselves in fucking legal trouble for that, and I don't need the culpability of it falling back on my shoulders either.
100%
Just stupid and irresponsible. And I did that shit for like 10 fucking years.
back them with evidence that would hold up in a court of law, let alone public opinion. But with that also said, I understand that evidence sometimes can't be perfect. Sometimes you can't have silver bullets sitting around. But if you don't have anything actionable at all, then it's best kept quiet until you do. But this is where Max obviously wanted to cover the story, make these claims, and the way that he presented them was rather odd. And this is where part 2 of this video comes into, where we look at Max's rebranding, known as God Cult.
Oh, Jesus.
This video, Brainwash Your Favorite Influencer, begins with a QR code and a text to the bottom asking viewers to send the video to large specific channels. He scrolls a massive disclaimer I need frame-by-frame analysis to read. 2 key points from this bullshit that I found interesting to me was when Max had signified that this was fictitious materials, when in reality this is serious allegations we're talking about. How is this a fictitious element, and why are we putting any of that into this video?
Because this is crazy, and in Max's own words here, he expected people to just automatically understand that the framework in which his videos are put is all fictional. He talks about real things in a fictional framework. Like, what the fuck?
Even if it is for
he has no idea how to not shoot his credibility in the fucking head.
Can we actually believe anything that you're about to say and the people that you're about to name? That's a pretty big point of contention, and one that we'll come back to round trip towards the end of the video. The other big part is when he starts pointing out that if influencers deny anything here in this, then they could be one of these following horrible things like internet predators, like human traffickers, groomers, so on and so forth.
Oh, what a fucking projection.
Which again is insane to put anybody
what
critical
a projection.
of what they're about to see, especially when they should be critical of what Max is about to post, into a severe camp just again for denying any of the contents that he's posted in this video. So anyways,
hey,
he asks
what's up,
to
Mr.
send this
Red?
video to their favorite influencer to test them on their character. He guides through a tutorial on using the YouTube frame-by-frame keyboard commands to prepare viewers for a game. And he asks a series of questions.
I actually had no idea you could go through videos frame by frame on YouTube, so I guess I can thank this guy for teaching me that.
If God appeared before you and told you to sacrifice a child, would you do it?
Yes.
What? Then he gives another long string of BS that I have to frame by frame analyze. Now you can read this for yourself by pausing the video or slowing down. I've slowed the footage
I'm not going to do any of that.
down by around 70%. So to understand the
one thing I will say is that he's not a bad editor when it comes to creating this sort of content. Like, he's not bad at throwing these elements together. They're just wrapped in this cringe predator hunting fucking package, and that's what fucks it all up. If he'd actually focused his efforts on just making this visual style for videos, he probably would have done a hell of a lot better. But of course, you know, this is YouTube. It's a cesspool. You can't ever have anything nice.
Actual stuff that he's talking about is humanity will end up destroying itself if we don't protect our children. Children should be taught self-sufficiency, and these are all noble things to say. He falls into a tangent about artificial intelligence and, again, misinformation. These are topics
Schizophrenia
that come up throughout this entire series later. But
I think the editing was Angry Slugs. Well, you know what? Then, wow. If it was Angry Slug that was throwing all the editing for this together, then maybe he should do it professionally. So what? Max is such a fucking phony that he didn't even edit his own videos. So all this fucking cringy, all this wannabe filmmaking stuff, so that wasn't even him?
again, this is
I don't know.
part of where the video's artsy natures come into. So hopefully soon we'll be getting into talking about the actual allegations he will be making.
He's about to get into it
What
in a
comes
minute.
next is a video from a cult expert that Max has brought on. And then it dives right into the first serious allegation and key part of this story.
On March 18th, 2016, Spencer, a 16-year-old girl from Wiley, Texas, mysteriously disappeared.
This is totally my actual voice, guys.
Lured by the illusion of joining a supernatural
I don't put this voice filter on because I'm horribly insecure.
family as a vampire on some random corner of the internet. She actually found herself ensnared in a dangerous cult led by a child predator posing as a werewolf god. The man had recruited hundreds of young children, subjecting them to sending CP, assault, and attempted trafficking. Almost 7 years later, Spencer and the other survivors
The voice filter reminds me of Must Destroy All. Good lord, you're winding me back in time with that.
shared their
It does, though.
stories with me.
He doesn't have the mask, though. Well, actually, he does. In some of his videos, he does. He wears a helmet with like a duck bill on it, and I'm still trying to figure that shit out.
This video serves as their scream for action against their perpetrator.
With the price of just about
Oh, for fuck's sake. Fuck you,
everything
Ryan.
going up during inflation, we thought we'd bring our prices
Fuck you,
down.
Deadpool.
So to help
Goodbye. That's the last thing you see before the werewolf eats you. It's this fucking Spurg with fake vampire teeth in his mouth. I'm not reading any of that.
Now give yourself a second to breathe. These are very serious allegations.
Okay, fine.
These type of allegations require absolute concrete proof and not a YouTube video, okay? This should be reviewed by lawyers, sent to police agencies. This is serious stuff. And so,
But then you know what? He's not going to do that.
so when we get
He's not going to do that. None of these fucking kind of people are going to do that because that requires actually putting in legwork they're not willing to do because they want to get as much content out as possible to make as much money as possible.
to this, who is Max claiming to target? He talks about Camden. Now here, Max gives full names, plays loud music, and again, I have to frame by frame analyze, which, for a serious topic like this, please stop the theatrics.
He won't, though, dude. It's like fucking, what is it, style over substance. That's all these people are about.
This with the respect it deserves. There's a possibility that he will use anonymous accounts on various internet forums to spread rumors or false information about the victim or filmmakers. Any proof of a disinformation campaign?
Does this look like the kind of person who would be able to successfully pull that off without immediately blowing their fucking cover?
Maybe some screenshots of his
Like under scrutiny, like really?
various accounts and postings? None of that are provided here. He may attempt to engage drama-oriented media sources, leveraging their platforms to spin a narrative in their favor.
Which is ironic, because isn't that what fucking Max tried to do?
To my knowledge, no one in that drama-specific community has been contacted by this person.
In fact, a lot of these drama fucking tubers and a lot of these commentary tubers have actually wanted to fucking talk to this guy themselves, so they're the ones out there requesting to talk to this guy.
And
hell, you want to come on my fucking platform, dude? I'll fucking platform you because I want to know, like, what the hell the reality behind any of this is.
And that also said,
I don't
this
care.
isn't drama, Max. This is a serious crime we're discussing. And that's what bugs me. Why are we not treating this with actual respect? This isn't a fucking Netflix show. This is a serious, heinous crime. He has a history of spreading...
So says Max, though, too. So, like, and that said, I mean, like, where's the verification behind any of this?
disinformation to deflect the allegations against him. Again, where's the proof? Any links to his posts online or his accounts that are spreading this disinformation? In this video, nothing like that's given. He may resort to legal threats as a method to suppress the story and silence victim. To this date, no one covering this has reported that they've received any legal notices from this person.
Well, not from that person, but they've received legal threats from Max, the guy who's supposed to be investigating this. Which is an irony of astronomical scale.
According to multiple sources, he is implicated in criminal activities affecting minors. Again, it's up to Max to provide the relevant reports for us all to see in this section, which he didn't do, and we'll revisit this person's legal situation later. It's not uncommon for figures like him to accuse detractors of slanders in an attempt to shift the narrative. As of the time of me recording this, no one to my knowledge has been communicated by this person specifically. There's a possibility...
You know what's fucking crazy is this is the guy who's being accused of all this fucked up shit, and he's handled it better than the guy accusing him of it, who's supposed to be like this completely objective investigator. The person who's supposed to be completely objective has been handling this like total shit.
That he will use social media and other platforms to discredit us or make counterclaims to confuse the public. The individual, once again, hasn't posted publicly and about this to my knowledge. Max, you gotta substantiate these massive claims. That is your job as
this kid's such a fucking zoomer, it hurts.
a person delivering this story. He gives us his name, which I'm going to refer to as K to make it simple. He cuts to a montage of what he discusses human trafficking is evolving, destructive cults are growing, an enemy of the children is an enemy of us all. God cult is translated to guard our descendants. That's the cult. It's about protecting children. He asks us to share Spencer's story and asks the audience to contact several large YouTubers. Some of them include H3H3. Some of them include
fucking Jesus Christ, if you had gone on fucking Ethan's podcast with this shit.
Joe Rogan. Some of them include
Joe Rogan. Let's go to fucking Lex Fridman. Oh my god. What's crazy to me is that he wants to be platformed by people who have like incredibly good bullshit detectors.
Anthony Fontano. Literally, he is in this video asking Anthony Fontano, check it out, there's a cool banger you're hearing. In
a track review. Let's do this Predator's track review.
The same video where he is discussing very serious allegations and very, very serious stories regarding victims. You can imagine why a lot of people are looking at this.
Mr. Beast.
This is him tweeting this as a
Mr. Beast would probably say okay to it just because he's a fucking whore who's only about money, but that's just something everybody knows. So.
Joke. It's not a joke. This is serious. And in reality, what are people like Mr. Beast? What are people like PewDiePie going to do? What are you going to bring his kid into this? What, he's a father now, so he's not going to signal boost unsubstantiated claims?
Wow, look at that fucking manipulation. As a new parent, go fuck yourself.
What is Joe Rogan going to do about this situation? None of these people are...
You know what's fucking hilarious is like when he mentions people like Joe Rogan and Lex Fridman. Has he ever fucking watched any other podcasts? Ever? Do you not know how these people engage? Do you have any idea, like, the scrutiny they would immediately put this shit under? Ridiculous.
Experts or have any legal backing to help you in this situation. All they can do is make...
Ethan and Gila are the kind of people who would fucking just clown on this endlessly, which makes me miss their old videos.
Claims alongside you.
Like my favorite video of theirs was when they clowned on that fucking BitConnect guy.
Which ultimately hurts this case more than it helps it. Now, I was expecting at the end of this video more explanation of how the case more than it
Holy shit. The banger you're currently enjoying is Replicant's Army by filmmaker. We believe your audience would appreciate this fiery composition. Would you consider exposing them? You stupid fucking whore. Get out of here. Trying to get what the fuck?
Now, I was expecting at the end of this video more explanation of how this person was a cult leader or how they human trafficked Spencer. So far, we have her testimony, but no real hard-hitting, irrefutable evidence that corroborates that testimony that can at least be publicly shared. Max has already called this person a child predator. And I'm not a fly on the wall.
What the fuck am I looking at?
So I don't know if that statement is true or not. The only way to prove that statement is true is evidence, which Max has not provided publicly yet. How can a creator...
I don't understand, like, what was his aversion to that either. He was just like, we're trying to protect the victims of all this, so I won't release anything. It's like, well, you won't validate what you're saying either.
Creators stick their neck out and help when this whole situation relies on blind faith instead of facts. I worked on a case recently with Carl, which relied on us, not the same situation, mind you, definitely less serious, but it relied on providing proper relevant documentation to corroborate our accusations. Had I made those videos without providing...
The only good Mr. Beast could do is clown on him and give all the profits to actual departments that support victims of trafficking. That would be the biggest W, though. Because one, it would, I mean, somebody with a platform as huge as his. I mean, Jesus Christ, I literally see Mr. Beast shit in fucking Target now, for crying out loud. Like, that would just be an absolute nuclear destruction of this guy's platform. Him doing that would actually unironically be a big W because he has enough money to meaningfully support things like that.
documentation from, the Internal Revenue Service, actually doing my journalistic duty to contact all parties involved on tape, then people would laugh me out immediately. Nobody would ever talk about that situation, and I would be a laughingstock. That is a situation Max is currently facing at this moment, and it's entirely of his own volition. Okay, so now that we've seen the first video, we went over it, the amount of evidence in this first brainwashing piece has culminated so far in one witness testimony, not part of that video. It's a 4 to 5 hour piece you can watch.
And I'm not going to watch that because there's no fucking way I'm going to sit through 5 hours of listening to Spencer fucking rattle off a whole bunch of bullshit they won't validate.
No supporting evidence to help corroborate the situation, no records of conversation, no travel documentation to show a minor at the time traveling across state lines, which is a very important thing, and he didn't even explain what this cult was. I don't know, I only know the name of this person, Cade. I know what Max is accusing him of, I just don't know of any supporting evidence to assist Spencer's testimony and accusations, even at the time, which I want to stress can be true. Again, I don't know anything in this situation. I was not a fly on the wall, but I want to know more about this vampire werewolf cult. So far, nothing tangible from Max has been explained. And again, that's
and it's probably not gonna be, dude.
A serious crux of this problem. The second video on Max's channel is titled, "This is what happened to Mama Max," a 25-minute video explaining the current trajectory of the channel and addressing criticism. In this video, he covers the history of what he produced, how YouTube tackled his racy uploads, and how he constantly shifted gears to YouTube's evolving climate. One of the big turning points in there was when he worked on the Kanye Quest video and found a group of friends in the horror community, in the dark horror community. And he found that
a bunch of fucking orbiters.
There was an alarming situation of predators in YouTube comment section searching for kids. And this is where Max claims...
Welcome to 2014. People on fucking 4chan's X board pointed that shit out back then.
This fight would be headed.
You know what's fucked? I wanted to start like a fucking paranormal discussion channel at one point, and that's actually a channel that is still out there but doesn't have any real content on it, and I was just too fucking lazy to really do any of this kind of editing these people do, plus I'm not very good at it anyway. And I was willing to cover this kind of shit way back then, in like 2014, 2015, and I sort of kick myself every fucking day for not really getting that off the ground. Hey, what's up, Chris? How you doing?
Regarding the accusations he made the previous...
So none of the stuff any of these people covered, like, look at this creepy shit we found on here, none of it's new. Like the Elsagate thing, dude, people were talking about that way back in like I said, 2014, 2015. The comment section, fucking weird codes that people would use. None of that's new. It may be new to these fucking Zoomers, but people were talking about it for the longest fucking time.
This video, nothing really substantial comes in this one. And it's more of a response to the criticism that he's been getting on that last video, rightfully so. So I want to address some pieces of criticism that he has.
It's scary. It's edgy 2010 era garbage. It's gross that Max is doing this thing where he pretends to reach out to other big YT channels in order to help victims, when in reality, he's exploiting these victims to try and get views. Genuinely evil behavior.
I see nothing wrong with that statement because it's completely true.
Hi.
Oh, fuck off.
I'm Nicole Hockley from Sandy Hook Promise. I know this is hard to hear, but it's important.
I'm not going to listen to it because, you know what? If I want to own an AR-15, I'm going to fucking own an AR-15. I'm sorry for what happened to your kids, but you're pleased to emotionally manipulate me into banning weapon sales in this country because of your personal tragedy isn't going to work on me. Get the fuck out of here.
Genuinely evil behavior.
Genuinely evil behavior
is taking the conversation away from sexual predators who
I have a pussy
victimize children and making it about the YouTuber that covered it.
Oh my god, what he did to Tommy C was just so unconscionable.
Specifically because you don't like them. Your profile picture already speaks volumes about where you're coming from. If my aim were merely to chase views...
He's probably seething now because he has his own dedicated fucking front page thread.
I am in the absolute worst market of content creation on YouTube to do so. I am engaging in projects that require time, research, scripting, filming, and editing, just to get less views than everyone who is following the latest drama or trend.
This sounds a little deflected to me because regardless of who posted that comment and what sites they could be affiliated.
Friend got out of the hospital today. I'm in good spirits. Well, that's good to hear that they're out of the hospital. I'm wishing them the best.
You are covering content that involves you hunting down some groups, investigating and bringing to light serious crimes. Regardless of how much of a filmmaker you are, these are real stories, and hiding behind a shield of vulnerable children when people question your nature just doesn't sound good.
That'd be like the guy who makes like the Netflix documentaries about serial killers, and I think I mentioned him in my video about this, Joe Berlinger, doing what he does with those documentaries, but then just inserting a whole bunch of random fictionalized, sensationalized nonsense. You know, it's not only unethical, it's fucking stupid because you're leading your audience on to the point they can't even like tell the difference between reality and fiction. Like, where does the reality begin and your bullshit end and vis-a-vis?
Right now, especially, are rightfully looking into your work, critical of how you perform these investigations and how involved relevant law enforcement agencies are. And
which in this case, they're not fucking involved at all.
And how the people you claim to go after are actually converted into real tangible arrests. It's also dishonest to say that you could...
Joe Berlinger, didn't he direct Blair Witch 2? Yes, and I don't give a fuck. I like that movie. The studio botched it. I could link, I think I will later, but I could link a good video about what happened to that movie. And yeah, he was actually asked to direct the second Blair Witch movie because of his crime documentary films. And it was originally supposed to be like those, really. Then they're like cutting it to fucking pieces and actually rearranged the order of a lot of the scenes. So it ended up with the movie that we got. It's one of the reasons I don't really like when people do like movie reviews on it or live react videos and then they start off with, this is the shittiest movie ever. I'm like, fuck off. No, it's not. It's nowhere near the shittiest movie ever. I've seen some of the shittiest movies ever and it's nowhere near. You know, is it hammy and fucking cheesy? Yes. Is it a time capsule of like late 90s into early 2000s? Oh, yeah. Did Kim Director in that movie completely ruin me for the rest of my life and imbue me a taste for goth girls for the rest of my life? You're damn right. And so did everybody else who watched that fucking movie as a teenage boy. And I'm totally okay with that.
Make more money when you are in a more profitable niche on YouTube. I get your videos are demonetized and
the re-edited cut is so much better. Yes, it is, actually. I have a copy of that, actually. I have the re-edit cut somebody did where they put typo negative in the intro instead of Marilyn Manson. That's really the only significant change from any of the other re-edit cuts that person did, but that particular one is really, really good. The organization of it is so much better.
Restricted and gangbanged in the algorithm, but your videos have been massively successful, millions of views, and you built a following on the platform, which by the way is the hardest part of this whole game. You've also built a Patreon where your last reported figure was over 1,800 members. Now Patreon introduced a free...
He was making like something like 20 grand a month on this goddamn thing.
Free tier about 3 months.
By the way, if you check the link in the description box on this, I have a Patreon. If you want to support the stream, go on ahead.
Ago, according to this FAQ, but with a peak paid member.
See, the money is going straight to supporting the stream. I'm not running a fucking scam of trying to like stop pedophiles or something like that. My pleas are not for emotional manipulation. My pleas are just support the stream if you want.
Membership of around 3,341 members. According to this statistic website, Graphtreon, and based on the recent membership options, if you take just the minimum amount, $7.50 Canadian, which is around a little over $5. Let's make it 5
Zygote, embryo,
even. You're looking at a minimum.
What are these tier names? What was it? Fetus, baby? Jesus, what a fucking creepy shit is this?
Paid earning potential before taxes and paid.
And his lowest tier was $7. What a fucking prick.
Patreon fees of $16,705 just for the peak month, which ain't bad if you're only making 2 videos a year. People are putting money into your pocket thinking that it is going towards your fight against serious bad people.
And yet somehow I'm supposed to believe that this kind of shit doesn't totally go to the heads of these fucking people. Yeah, goddamn right.
And that's not bad money for uploading, again, very little.
Sending 1 million doubloons right away.
And this level of pocket watching was...
It's like being rich in a currency that doesn't exist. Yeah, I'll take like 500,000 Prussian francs.
Brought to you by our sponsor, Anti-Deflection Argument. You definitely did profit, and I wonder just why in October of last year you started hiding those membership counts. But
I should print that on a t-shirt like it's a real product.
That being said, this was not a terrible niche for you financially, and you gotta admit that.
Making subjects as serious as child and abduction brainwashing, and using them as mere window dressing to get noticed again because your YouTube relevancy is dwindling rapidly.
Comparing crucial issues like child...
Oh my god.
Human...
Somebody please take this voice modulator away from this guy. My god.
As window dressing.
And stop giving a fuck about these word censors on this website. It makes videos unwatchable. Imagine if, like, every other thing that came out of my mouth was, like, censored. Like, it's getting to the point where, like, all videos are unwatchable because people actually care about this self-censorship nonsense. Fuck that. Oh, my video won't get monetized if I curse. Well, fuck you. Just make an outside donation source like what this asshole did with Patreon, and you can totally usurp having to give a crap if you're monetized on YouTube or not. It's one of the reasons I made a Patreon, so I didn't have to care about that. What are they going to do? Are they going to shut that down? No, because they have no control over what happens on that fucking platform. You can usurp that entirely.
For you.
You can drive people to your Patreon using your YouTube videos, and now you don't even need to worry if your videos are monetized or not. Diversification, motherfuckers.
YouTube relevancy says far more about you than you realize. Months were invested collaborating with the survivor to ensure her story is portrayed in a manner that reflects her lived experiences and the gravity of her suffering. In fact,
I could make a gravitational orbit joke. I don't know if it would be in good taste or not.
The full 5-hour interview was uploaded to her channel instead of my own.
Yeah, but why is also a video fucking of you dancing for 10 hours on her channel?
Take the survivors seriously. Their story is totes legitimate, but also enjoy this video of me dancing in front of a green screen for 10 hours because this totally isn't to drive more traffic to their channel, to garner as much fucking money in the algorithm as possible. Come on, what the fuck?
What kind of a response is this to a valid question? If you spent months researching this topic, then you would be able to present the narrative of Spencer with the best evidence that you can publicly present that would help build her case against this person that you have labeled a cult leader and child. She posts a 5-hour video of her interview and testimony on this situation, which is great, and I'm glad she gets to speak her piece. But let's not ignore that.
This video is fucking unwatchable, by the way.
That's serious.
I watched like maybe an hour and 20 minutes of it, and it was just misery to get that far. I'm trying to wait. You know what? Fuck this. I'm trying to like wait into this video to the point where he really starts talking about this person at length, but I can't. I'm just gonna get this out of my system right here and now. Coming from a family that was as dysfunctional as mine was, and having been around lots of very unfortunately toxic personality types as a result, dude, she's a pathological liar. Just the way she rattles off all the crazy shit she does about all the stuff that supposedly happened in this situation, and just the way it's all to the personal, and it's all just, look at my trauma, look at all the fucking drama, please feel sorry for me, I'm the center of attention because people are feeling sorry for me. I've known way too many fucking people like that to ever really take this motherfucker seriously. They remind me way too much of one of my relatives who legitimately was mentally ill and a pathological liar. Like, I don't know how else to say. You kind of, if you haven't had experience with these kind of people, you don't know what I'm talking about, and I'm just not making a whole lot of sense. But if you have had experience with these kind of people, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Require very serious pieces of evidence to corroborate them. We cannot work off of testimony alone.
Like, I guarantee you, like, if I hadn't completely fucked up every opportunity I probably never had in the first place to interview this motherfucker, and I just led them with any particular subject, they would just go on about it the way they go on about this cult. because they can just make up whatever facts they want to about it from that point forward.
And that's what everyone's been saying about the situation. Had Max provided evidence about this, then it would be all okay and gravy, and that would be fine. But in this situation, he hasn't done that.
But if talking head videos are the language that the internet understands, then let's speak it. So, last week, I released a charity video in collaboration with the survivors of a destructive cult that has victimized hundreds of minors. Despite its significance, it turned out to be the worst performing video on my channel. While I fully accept responsibility for the video's underperformance, I want to make it clear, before the video even hit the platform,
holy fuck, Destiny's fucking even watching content about this motherfucker.
Integrally involved. Nothing was done without her explicit approval. The wave of criticism by detractors...
I'm totally not dating this chick. Even though she's like, I invited her to live in my house.
It's about a narrative that is not theirs.
I'm not going to disclose the fact she was a friend of my family for years.
Tell reveals behaviors that aren't just unhelpful, they are harmful.
Once again, he describes the situation as a destructive cult that victimized hundreds of minors, yet has produced no evidence of this cult even existing yet, any cult documentation, not even a name Max has uttered up to this point. And again, he's failed to provide tangible evidence of the hundreds of children. Again, this would be something you would have locked down with months of research before you would even produce these videos. It should be easy for someone who's claimed to actually have pedophiles, arrested. You understand evidence and why it's needed to substantiate claims. Max's third video on the topic was initially called "This is the greatest cancellation of all time," @Penguin0, #WeAreReal. Since then, in the backlash he received, he changed it to reacting to the reactions of the SSS Sniper Wolf's action. It's fair to also mention now that a lot of the disdain Max has for the community that he is preaching to is not responding to is because he genuinely believes his work is meaningful and that the attention at the time put towards SS Sniper Wolf and her drama regarding Jack's films was, something that people looked at more. Now, obviously, one topic can weigh objectively more in regards to the seriousness of the allegations mentioned. But SS Sniper Wolf was a pretty big story at the time, which involved a larger creator revealing the home location of another creator critical of them. It wasn't meaningful playground nonsense. It actually had real tangible implications.
Yeah, it was completely fucked up that she went straight to this guy's house, doxed where he fucking lived, and did it basically just to manipulate the fucking guy. One of the biggest fucking people on this platform.
On YouTube as well. Anyways, the video...
It's fucking crazy to me, too. The people that are most influential on this platform are some of the most immature, dumb motherfuckers you would ever fucking hope to encounter. It's crazy.
Begins with a disclaimer, which now doesn't mention any fictitious elements. He hopes the video brings crucial eyes to topics such as youth trafficking, serving as what he believes is a guide to easily digestible content regarding these serious topics. He starts a parody of this talking head video showing a fictional creator covering lighter topics, but chooses to discuss serious topics as he cuts to Sniper Wolf.
He looks like a fucking soy jack in real life.
He cuts to Spencer, and then multiple victims calling for actions. He summarizes Spencer's story again and makes claims of a dangerous sex cult that is led by a werewolf god recruiting hundreds of young children. Where's the hard evidence?
This is the part that really fucks me off, is that there's hundreds of people supposedly involved in this, and he's got 3 out of all those people so far to come forward. Where are the others?
Now you probably realize that there's nothing that he's showing is necessarily hard evidence. So he presents new things in this video, except it's all hidden in between frames of this massively schizophrenic editing and incoherent garbage. Look, this is a serious matter. Please present it seriously. Leave this on for people to digest and provide context to what you're showing. So I'm going to go frame by frame and show you each and every single screenshot to show you exactly what he's shown. So
he looks like a lame version of Dante from Clerks.
One of the actual posts he shows is from Whisper, a social media app that promotes you to speak.
And that's the thing too, like Dante is a fucking weirdo in those movies, but like he's lovable. This guy's not.
Openly and honestly.
He's a fucking spurg, and the worst kind.
About yourself. It's meant to be this anonymous social media app that lets you post and share photo messages with text embottled on top of them. Here's the post where they're asking the reader if they're human.
What?
They want to learn about being supernatural.
No, I
and
want to learn about being human.
Between 11 to 18. Please message them. Now, while this is an alarming post, it would help if Max could try to, link this directly to Cade or, to any person and, bring this up the chain, explain the context. But without that context, it's just a screenshot that exists. The next screenshot he shows is from a messaging app, I assume Facebook Messenger, where it's cropped unfortunately, and I can't seem to get an identity of the parties. And also screenshots are incredibly tough, at least for me in most cases, because as you've noticed with, situations like Dream, where he faked DMs from Pokimane and XQC, and there were some people that actually believed this. It's easy to fake a screenshot. So again, the whole concept of just looking at a screenshot is tough, at least personally for me. Unless I can log into the account and refresh from the server, then things are different. But this is a cropped argument, and it's a clear argument between two individuals. One who appears to be reaching out to a person to explain reason to them, telling them that they're looking out for them. The other person says, Cade.
I have trouble taking it 100% seriously just because of this goofy fucking font. I mean, I know you can change fonts on your phone, but like, that sort of opens the door to this being doctored simply because of that. Like, if it's just standard straight off the phone, it's easier for me to take seriously because then I don't have to worry about it being doctored in any way, shape, or form. I don't know if that makes any fucking sense. It's not me trying to be nitpicky.
The person Max is alleging to be this cult leader, of course, is stating they have one more time to bother his family before he tries to make a visit to Texas, implying this violent threat, and a response is, try me then. The next screenshot of a Twitter account called Camden exists, where the handle ID Black Angel is cut off. And using a Twitter advanced search for this, the account yielded no results, which unfortunately means I can't prove that this screenshot from Twitter even exists. And I also wonder why Max cut off the handle for people to look up on Twitter. The other mention is literally a public post from this Camden individual.
Somebody tried to theorize that he set this up years in advance, and even though this guy is extraordinarily autistic, I do not believe he has the ability to be that fucking autistic. I think there was some legitimate... What the fuck?
Getting sucked by Kirby equals raisin balls. What is the context here? How does this explain the cult?
I'm gonna fucking put that on a t-shirt.
How does this explain anything? This is why people are mad. He is presenting these screenshots like they're damning evidences, and they are not. He then shows like social media accounts that are on Snapchat of allegedly belonging to Cade, which again, what context does this add? What does this mean?
I think in his dumb mind, this is supposed to prove the legitimacy of this.
He then shows a social media direct message from, I assume this is the app Whisper. Correct me if I'm wrong. And again, if you read the chat, I was bitten by a wolf. That's how I became one. Can you show you in your form? Werewolf form? What's the context? What are we talking about here, man? Like,
obviously this Camden dude is like fucking mentally ill, but is he also like disabled partly? Because he just sounds like a retard.
This could be anything. He then shows like the Twitter account that belongs to Cade, and he actually gives a handle, but this account has been inactive since like, 2016, really. The next thing he shows is from a public Facebook account from Camden that says, suck it raw. Again, what is the context? Okay, I probably wrote suck my dick publicly somewhere too. Does that mean that I have done something nefarious or I could be running a cult? What is the context to these messages? You have to be able to provide them. Otherwise, people are going to be...
Well, if you were to run a cult, it would be just basically you managing a personal fiefdom of really sleazy hotels somewhere. I'm not going to break that down.
Confused. He then shows the only tangible piece of evidence in this.
Nothing about nothing. Forget I even said that.
For me, at least, where it shows Spencer and Camden together in a photograph, which proves that they've met in reality. He then shows more images of...
I mean, yeah, she looks like a fucking child in that photo, sure, but so does he. He looks like he's like 16.
Couples blurred out that I can't exactly identify, and he's also done a poor job of blurring them out too, so I'm going to add more blur on top of the blur. But what does this mean? What is the context behind some of these images? The only ones important to me are of Cade, and Spencer, because those are the only people that he has introduced us to. He shows us one screenshot of
sleazy hotels, slum tenements, yeah.
Somebody,
you know what I mean. I'm not going to unpack it.
Making like devil horns in an Instagram selfie. And
they tend to have the same sort of landlords and proprietors.
Again, poorly blurred, but what is the context here?
That would be if he ran a cult. That's who that was. Yeah.
He's even blurred out the actual Instagram blurb, the little text blurb that even talks about this. What is the context? He then shows an image of a bite mark, which again, I have to ask, what is the context? Is Max showing this?
What the fuck? Doesn't even look like a bite mark.
Shows an image of a bite mark, which
I'm assuming this is somebody's shoulder. What is their mouth the size of a fucking basketball?
Which again, I have to ask, what is the context? Is Max showing this as a evidence of physical abuse? Without context, it could be anything. It could be somebody getting the hickey. It could be whatever. Max doesn't do this. He doesn't elaborate on what he shows. He just presents it as part of this flashy editing. The next screen grab is Charlie talking about Sniper
Great fucking screen grab.
Wolf, which I assume is a jab because he tried to get Charlie's attention, but Charlie wasn't having it. He was busy, had COVID at the time, and just didn't jump into this.
Stop ignoring Mama Max. Yeah, so here, you want me to talk about it a little bit? That rubbed me the wrong way. We talked like a month ago about like what he was working on in his investigation. And then apparently when I had COVID, he messaged me a couple times and I never saw it. And now he's taken that as me ghosting him and ignoring his very important mission. And it really rubs me the wrong way. Instead of just he's jumping to the most extreme possible explanation for me not seeing it, which is really fucking cringe. That did make me upset. There. Yeah, that really rubbed me the wrong way.
Charlie is such a YouTube god that saying something even as mid as that about the situation is enough to just completely kill your career.
I had COVID, and I barely used Discord in the first place. It was a miracle I ever even saw his message to begin with. And then I spent 12 days not doing anything online in bed. And during that time,
Charlie seems like a cool dude. He really does. He's one of the most genuine YouTubers I've ever seen, really. Have you ever heard any of the music that he makes? He has a band with this other guy called The Gentlemen, and it's fucking honestly really good shit. They just released an EP about, I would say, 2 or 3 months ago, and I fucking really, really like this stuff. It's really good shit. It's kind of got like an early 2000s sort of like new metal-y, like alt-rock sort of vibe, but with really, really, really good production. There's some like Breaking Benjamin style riffs on it and stuff, and I was just blown the fuck away at how good this is. I had no idea he even did music. He's actually got a really, really good singing voice too. I hope he focuses on that a little bit more in the future. I mean, obviously his big draw is doing the YouTube stuff, but to like, I don't know, just like the quality of the stuff that he makes with it is like fucking way beyond, you know, a lot of other YouTubers that do music and stuff that are mostly known just for their YouTube shit, you know. But like, it was really good stuff.
apparently it changed his whole framing of the video in order to make...
He also has a comic book company, publishing company. It's called Bad Eggs. Oh, I'll have to look into that. Is that what that the poster in the background is from? I'm not very up to snuff on the Charlie lore here.
Make it like a Trojan horse of cancel critical because he didn't respond to my messages and ghosted me. So yeah, that did rub me the wrong way. Good intentions, but I did not like that.
So then he shifts it.
He's so fucking humble.
To the national.
Then again, he's probably not really paid much attention to this. He's just really going by what he knows, but still.
Human trafficking hotline that gives statistics on trafficking reports. Again,
Charlie just really seems like the kind of person who would just try to see the best in everybody. And I try to do that too, at least to a little bit more than I used to these days, but from the life that I've lived, I'm just imbued with too much cynicism to 100% be able to do it all the way.
You haven't linked onto the trafficking situation. It's all been random screenshots without context connecting a story together that many people just aren't understanding. He shows one screenshot that describes how Kate told me not to. But you also want to know what your humble leader did to me? He convinced me to go to his house at the end of last August and engage with him. He told me, and I still talk to the guy that drove me there. I also almost got arrested for walking to his place at 2 a.m. one day because every full moon we have to have. And also, don't forget the miscarriages he made me induce. This is the only other piece of evidence or, conversation that...
Dude, this has already been discussed to death, but trying to say that she had like 3 or 4 miscarriages in like a span of time that sounds like less than like 6 months, which is ridiculous. That doesn't make sense.
Is pertaining to this.
But, I know you were just like a kid when this like fucking happened, but you could have just left. I don't know. I'm at a loss for this whole thing.
Very serious topic. Everything else is insanity. So
some people are so addicted to abuse that they just gravitate back toward it no matter what. But
explains how his sister got him in contact.
It's like their comfort zone.
With the story, he switches the discussion to mass surveillance. Explains how
the Charlie Sneeko situation was hysterical. His response was perfect. He's just sitting there with an AR-15.
Evil market such as
in a fucking robe.
Forced labor and trafficking exists, which is true. But how does this tie back to the story of Cade and the allegations you've made? Again,
it doesn't.
Again, he hasn't provided solid evidence. He's just sort of thrown things on a dartboard, haphazardly tried to connect them, and made a fool out of himself. He goes on to this unrelated rant on artificial...
Sneeko is a fucking cunt.
...intelligence and how it can be used to manipulate and exploit vulnerabilities. And after this, they have a call to...
Sneeko's honestly a fucking mentally ill lunatic, and I really wish the internet would platform people like that less.
Influencers that they should use their platforms to become agents of change by platforming unsubstantiated claims, apparently. It shifts to this part where he chastises Charlie by showing tons of communications he's attempted to have. And again, like I told you, Charlie wasn't there at the time. He had COVID, and he was in bed for 2 weeks, unable to really, look into the situation.
Jesus Christ.
Now this video...
It like reminds me of that scene from the fucking Cable Guy where fucking what's-his-face is just calling the dude's fucking voicemail like 1,000 times in one day.
Video is like the final nail in the coffin. People really started losing faith, and I hope you understand why. Look, Max made a joke of this situation, in my opinion. He was brought this story, and honestly, it caused a lot of people who were already watching this raising serious questions on his character, serious questions on the validity of this case, and in response, Max didn't make any follow-up video to explain this case properly. Instead, he hosted these live streams, inviting all manners of creators. I even joined in, and I explained to him what I explained privately. Max, as you can imagine, has not listened, which is why we are here right now, to discuss this.
If he does another one of these, I'm so gonna jump in. I'm so gonna jump in.
Story that should have been delivered with seriousness and not showmanship. And I'm going to briefly go over the story of Spencer now and her interaction with Kate. Now, Spencer's story...
If I do, too, I will fucking stream it as I do it.
...is the part that Max has been harping throughout the entire 3 videos that he's made. And the video that Max wants you to go watch is a 4 to 5 hour podcast from Spencer's actual channel. Now, again, if you are 100% interested in the complete accounting from her end regarding the story, I highly recommend you go check her video out. But the problem is, these videos that are this long are obviously going to have a viewer drop-off. Max understands this, I understand this, and if you've made YouTube videos for longer than a week, you probably also understand this as well.
Who the fuck has time to sit around for 5 goddamn hours and listen to any of this shit?
Reality is, Max has to be...
I say that while doing a stream that will last hours about it.
...concise and explain the story properly. Now, in this situation, the best video I could find that concisely explains this for the audience's first viewing is by a YouTuber known as Slime Beast, who basically made the video, "What the f is Mama Max talking about? Werewolf Cult Simplified." And by all means, it's a pretty good video that explains how this situation was effectively about Spencer, who was a 16-year-old girl who met an 18-year-old Camden online, who was only found out that he was 18 at the time from Slime Beast's actual assessment into public police records. So, of course, Spencer ran away from home to live with Camden, an 18-year-old person that she met. And, of course, going in forward, Spencer's...
Why couldn't he even say that in his original video? It's like, just give the guy's age.
in Camden's family home was a secret, giving him full control over what she was allowed to do, which is one of the points of contention for a lot of people. She lived there for 3.5 to 4 months, and...
$4 says Max will try to go to Hollywood or become a SoundCloud rapper. He's apparently tried to do both, or at least he tried to raise about $100,000 using a GoFundMe to, like, start his filmmaking documentary career, and then immediately shit-can the goddamn thing. He donated like $10,000 of his own money to it to make it look like it was doing better, and then it immediately got shut down within like 48 hours.
The mother, and it appears that other people may not have had an idea that she was there the entire time. Again, 3 to 4 months, I'm sure that human beings, no matter how busy you are, you may have an idea that somebody else, other than the people you know, is living in your house.
This game looks fucking trippy. And yes,
maybe you catch them sleeping, maybe something happens. This is a point of contention, but again, I'm not here to go into contention. I'm here to relay what the supposed facts of this entire situation is.
I'll go into fucking contention. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Yes, eventually there would be signs of life that somebody's living in your house who's not supposed to be living in it. Like, I don't know anybody who's so out of touch with the with their immediate circumstances, their immediate reality. They're not going to figure out that that's going on. There's going to be fucking extra garbage being thrown out. You're going to just know that somebody else is there. But they live in a fucking mansion. They live in Baldwin County, for God's sake. All right? They probably live in some fucking shithole bungalow in one of these small fucking towns out there.
And why it's been lost in a miasma of confusion. So during this time, Spencer was abused in multiple...
To be honest, the fucking background that I've been able to glean of this Camden guy is he comes from some broke-ass fucking, like, very, very lower middle-class family. They're not going to live in a fucking huge house with a lot of places to hide anybody. If they're living in a house that's, like, more than 3 bedroom, I would actually be quite surprised.
Ways by Camden, allegedly, by her own account, which that is effectively the story. Camden had also tried to get Spencer to sleep with people that he had found online, allegedly. So again, this is effectively the quick summarization of what is Spencer's story. I highly recommend you check out her channel and her video to get her full accounting, because there are a lot more, details that are interesting to hear, and it's not entirely even about
this fucking game is weird.
So again, going in further, the cult aspect, which is by far the most embellished aspect and the most unexplained one by Max so far, is best described as Camden being a werewolf god, allegedly, and amongst other things, whatever deities they may be. He convinced Spencer and others that they too were vampires, werewolves, and they were hunted by outside forces, which meant that they should all stay together as a pack, a family.
I would like to point out that people found out that after this girl left this supposed cult, she was still into this kind of shit, and was like reposting all kinds of fan fiction about this sort of shit and liking all kinds of posts about this sort of shit on her Tumblr. Like going so far as to like stuff that was like bestiality fan fiction with like werewolves and all kinds of shit.
He claimed that he could send their...
It's like you were abused by somebody who was into this sort of crap, and now you're like fetishizing it after you've gotten out of this sort of circumstance. It's a little weird. It's kind of sussy.
Dead loved ones to hell if he could. And again, through these methods, this guy allegedly controlled various targets and people who were joining into his fold. He would then have his followers try to recruit others online, some as young as 11. And that is, of course, alleged. Now, of course, this is a quick, concise explanation, and I highly recommend you check out the channel Slime Beast, who actually did cover and read through this as well, too. And it lines up with my personal interview with Spencer that I had a few days ago, and generally, like, watching through the 4 to 5...
This game looks like... What is that? I played it on stream a few years back. It looks like Fear. Fear 2. There's parts of it that are reminding me of the school map and then the underground hospital map of it. Like, the general vibe and design of it.
Our piece. I think this is probably the best concise way that Max should have put it. And here's the reality. There are actual things that are alleged here that are more important than even the cult aspect. The story that is provided should be treated with a serious nature, instead of the tangents that Max wanted to go to. But of course...
Speaking of Slime Beast, he and Plagued Moth are in a tiff. I think the entirety of YouTube should be in a tiff with Plagued Moth, considering that fucking gross shit used to make people pay to watch him react to the depraved snuff film shit that he has a collection of and watches for his content. That guy's always fucking rubbed me the wrong way. That guy's always grossed me out. It's like he took Tasteless to a new level.
This is the problem.
I don't give a shit about whatever excuses he uses to justify the kind of content he makes. I think it's fucking gross. I think it's disrespectful, and no wonder he was sucking Mama Max's fucking balls about this stuff.
When a YouTuber who...
I mean, anybody who can claim to have, like, seen clips of Daisy's destruction, for fuck's sake, is somebody that I really don't want anywhere near me. You know? Even just clips of it.
Way out of their depth, jumps into a story that they honestly shouldn't even be relaying.
Like, there's no reason you should have access to, like, any of that shit. You know?
And should absolutely hand it off to professionals.
And I say that because, like, the circles you would have to travel in order to obtain something like that, just... no.
At the very beginning, there is no excuse for this. This is purely on Max's screw-up that people are looking at the story in such a confusing manner. The other takeaway from this is Spencer's video is that Max was also apparently being investigated by the FBI.
A failure of Collin County Police is what you would say.
I don't think it was the police, because like I said, I went through Trafficking 911 and they handed it off to the FBI.
What is Trafficking 911? Like, when I did my stupid Onision shit, like, I made a report, I got my documentation, all the fucking T's crossed and I's dotted, and I submitted it. I submitted, like, a general just documentation as best as I could compile it to the FBI, and then I had somebody assist me in doing the same thing to DHS Blue campaign, which deals with domestic human trafficking. Like, I didn't call Trafficking 911. What is that?
The FBI never responded. That's interesting. I literally got a card on my front fence from the FBI.
He says he literally got a card on his front fence from the FBI.
They didn't even bother contacting you.
No.
That being said, we also need to establish that Max had a fucking mega.nz folder. That's kind of like a Google Drive folder, just on a different platform. And it was seized and shut down for containing exploitative materials because his fucking dumbass was compiling that shit, and he didn't realize that there are digital hashes that are attached to content like that that flag internal security systems for data hosting platforms whenever somebody uploads that kind of material to them. It's just like putting himself out there as somebody who understands how all this shit works and that he can hack YouTubes and all kinds of dumb fucking cringy bullshit, and had no idea that there are data hashes within this kind of stuff, which not only flags the website that you've uploaded something like that to it, but then by default they automatically legally have to turn over the fact that that was on there and who the account was attached to over to the police and proper authorities.
Spencer
nice going.
Also brought victims, and I can't stress this enough. She admitted that she went on social media apps and started to form connections with people that could be as young as...
What was the operation like? Did he tell y'all, like, go to...
Sorry that the audio on this is so shit. Mr. Filmmaker doesn't know how to fucking do anything right.
These places and...
So my particular recruitment style that he also encouraged others to do it this way too, was to go on Whisper and post about, oh, hey, if you want to join a family dynamic and be a part of a pack, hit me up on Kick, you know.
Why would you ever fucking admit to doing something like that without a lawyer present?
Or like DM me and then we'd give them the kick. So, there was one time he did have me lure a girl, like, physically.
Why the fuck would you ever admit to doing something like that without a lawyer present?
Now, that said, I'm not qualified to be speaking on these situations.
Like, like, no wonder the FBI put a card on your fucking fence.
Because again, without evidence and without properly understanding the story, I don't know the proper accounts. That's for Max to detail and describe. If he's not putting in the effort, how can he reasonably expect every other influencer in the world to put in the effort to interview and understand and then make claims on cases like this? Now, what you're about to hear is a portion of a call that me, Max, Spencer, and another YouTuber by the name of Nicholas Diorio had when interviewing and...
This is fucking wild. This whole call needs to get dropped.
Confronting Max about the situation. And while the first hour of that call was more centered around Spencer's story, the second hour of this call was more around Max's demeanor and his actions regarding this investigation. And there are quite a few bombshells in here that we personally feel are a little too irresponsible, I guess, if you wanted to put it lightly. Max had actually revealed to us that there were portions where he didn't even properly vet and timeline all of the evidence.
I guess the challenge for me with showing the evidence is I personally have not been walked through the evidence besides Spencer's.
This is your case. You should have.
Survivors in the server, not all of them are as active as we would like them to be. Obviously.
Are you harassing them about that then? Just the same way you harassed all these other YouTubers?
A lot of them have trauma. They talk about it, and that it's hard for them to actually just sit down and speak with me. But that's why I've been just asking the general public to please be patient. Like, there's a lot of things we need to wait for. I am just trying to...
If that's the case, why didn't you just fucking wait to do anything about this until you had all the facts instead of just blowing your load immediately about it?
Get the word out that this is Camden Gerard Davis. This is what the accusations against him are. And it's also... You can also, like, we are fine saying this is all alleged. Like, we are fine if...
But you can't just say it's alleged now. You've been calling him a pedophile.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
It's not.
I'm fine doing it because I trust them. But...
Look how he just, like, immediately missed the point.
Okay, but you said you didn't review most of the evidence besides Spencer, though.
I reviewed the evidence. I just haven't had the context as to what it is pertaining to.
So you looked at the evidence.
He's just going to do it anyway. Jesus.
So you don't understand how...
Yeah, in the exact timeline, which has been why... just one of many reasons why it's been such a struggle to create the comprehensive timeline as I'm waiting on a lot of different things.
But you see, that's why
That's a good way to say a lot of words that mean nothing.
People are inflamed with you right now. It's because you just told me in this call that you didn't properly review every single victim, and now... And just from this one clip, you can ascertain the complete frustration that I and many others have had when communicated by Max about the situation. How is it that you can make calls to action and blatant statements of fact when, at the end of the day, you have literally not even properly reviewed, you have not properly contextualized, and even timelined every single bit of evidence that consistently builds? You're clearly not an investigator built for this case. And it's not literally because someone like him is out of his head because he only is one person. I have done plenty of investigations. I've just never revealed and played my hand and explained things until I fully understood them. How Max couldn't do it for such a serious situation like this is insane. And that's where we're leading to.
Well, that's because he knew exactly what he was doing, though. He just didn't hope. He didn't bet and hope that, people wouldn't catch on to this, Spencer's basically Laney 2.0, pretty much. I mean, that's where that's the shovel I'm leaning on right now with it.
Now is his unethical practices, not just in this investigation.
What's fucking crazy, too, is like, even to this day, people still give Laney like a lot of benefit of the doubt, so it doesn't really shock me that people are going to give Spencer the benefit of the doubt in here, too. I mean, if you're going out and admitting that you had a particular recruitment style in an organization that was victimizing young kids, I really don't, at that point, if you're admitting complicity to it, care, that you yourself were victimized. Yeah, sure, that sucks and all, but you had a hand in helping other people be hurt the way you were. You're not going to do this big mea culpa and change my mind about it because, you know, oh, fuck, this person did this to me and yada yada. And it's just like, well, you made your own choices and brought people into this of your own fucking volition. I'm not going to just sit there and ignore that because it helps you for me to ignore that.
But other previous investigations that a lot of people have been casting doubt over. Now, unfortunately, with situations as messy as this, Max's unethical coverage needs to be talked about. Max has been live streaming by bringing these victims on to discuss and debate with randoms on the internet. And for the most part...
Which is a pro-gamer move, by the way.
This has been very unhelpful. And this time could have been better spent with him preparing this evidence, the timelines, preparing a video, and discussing the situation properly. The levels of productivity on these live streams are so fucking low that at one point he brings on Keemstar.
Lyrics, please do not name drop my exes on my stream.
Well, why wouldn't you just tell?
Why are
I
you
actually don't even know what
running
you mean.
cover? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I was talking to Max though.
Yeah, you can hear me. Why are you running cover for these vampire?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing, Keem. Good shit.
Vampire. In
Yep.
the Minecraft community, you're going around, you're running cover.
That's
for
my
a
fucking cult.
Storm of
Yep.
EDP 445s. You're gonna
You know
flood
me.
the world with EDP 445s.
It's fucking good.
And Keemstar brings up old 2016 memes. In this moment, these girls have to sit there and basically realize that,
Well, I mean, what else is Keem gonna do, dude? He's the biggest troll ever.
that their entire story is being invalidated in real time, is being made a mockery of in real time, as Max doesn't bring a serious person to discuss this topic. It's also questionable with the relationship that Max has with law enforcement in regards to prosecuting or assisting to prosecute this case. When confronted on a live stream by other YouTubers, he actually
I don't believe for a second he ever really got fucking law enforcement involved.
had a lot of questionable statements to make regarding this specific topic and whether they were working with law enforcement or whether they weren't. And this raised a lot of concerns and, again, another red flag to me.
We are not going to court, Xylee.
So what are you doing? Just hunting them down like a deer? Is that what we're doing? What are we doing?
I'm sorry that his audio fucking sucks and it's hard to hear.
Have you not been listening this stream?
I know, but you loop. You loop, and then you always look to somebody else for an answer. You can't give an answer yourself.
I'm answering you.
What are you doing then? Tell me right now. I will be quiet for you to answer, and go.
So
oh shit.
we reached out to the lawyer. He told us it would not be beneficial to pursue a case against Camden Gerard Davis because he likely does not have substantial assets.
Basically, he's saying that they reached out to, if it's hard for you to hear, I'll just reiterate what he said. He basically said they reached out to a lawyer and it wouldn't be beneficial for them to pursue a case because the guy didn't have substantial assets, which, you know, furthers the point, this guy's broke ass, you know, which fucking shocking, you know. But given the accusations that this dude levied against him, like, why the fuck are you even remotely concerned in pursuing him for money? You should be taking this to criminal court because the guy's supposedly a fucking pedophile cultist who's running an organization that victimizes young kids and forces them to do all kinds of crazy fucked up shit. I wouldn't even be concerned with getting money out of it.
So he
I mean, I've mused this before, but it's like, are you in debt? You desperately want, and it sounds like you desperately need money. Are you doing all this to like dig yourself out of some fucking hole?
Recommended that we.
You're making $16,000 a month. I mean, is this like a training day situation or something? Did you get in debt with the Russian mob or something?
all go in person to report him to the police station that is in his jurisdiction.
The fucking tiny little sheriff's department that's in his jurisdiction, because his fucking jurisdiction is in the backwoods fucking middle of goddamn nowhere.
That is what we are doing.
Like, if you look up where this dude's from, it's in the middle of fucking nowhere.
tell you to go into the okay, is he still in the same jurisdiction that the crime occurred?
For the most recent survivors, yes.
Okay. Because I was always under the impression you have to go into the jurisdiction that the crime occurred. All right? Then yes, carry your pretty asses over to that jurisdiction and go,
This chick was so salty.
Mr. Police Officer, I have a crime to report. Yes, that's what needs to be done.
Yes,
Hell,
that
you
is
might
what we are
even be
doing.
able, and because since, you know, COVID and stuff like that, you might even be able to do it over the phone. I don't know.
He did worse than what Vincent Nicotra did. Vincent Nicotra just completely butt-fucked any sort of chain of custody of that laptop, and yeah, he did try to benefit off it by shilling his own really stupid platform and whatnot, but this motherfucker is trying to, like, make money hand over fist off multiple people's accounts of being victimized. And I mean, that's like, yeah, sure, Nicotra is a fucking cringe lord for what he did, but this is like so far and above, beyond that. It's fucking wild.
I don't know. Because I've only dealt, because I know you're in a different state now. You know what I'm saying? But I've had to do it. I've had to do stuff like this before. On my own accord. But yes, you need to go to the police of the jurisdiction of where the crime occurred and go, hello, Mr. Officer, can you help me?
Yes, that is what we are doing.
Okay, that should
While you're not doing that,
have been
you
done
haven't attempted to do that. You're still in fucking Texas.
before all these live streams.
Again, this is by far the most important part, is the relationship to the law enforcement. Again, it's not really properly conveyed, in my opinion, whether this is a criminal, civil case, what departments are properly involved, just how the evidence has been submitted. This is a key concern of mine and many others, and it should be a key concern if you want to see justice actually delivered. And of course, as people have looked into this, a lot of shifting has went into what Mama Max's previous content and the validity of it also meant. About a month ago, actual Redditors started to investigate Max's older content. Seeing the unhinged live streams caused me to wonder about some of Max's past content. His newest God Cult and his current project stuff has been reviewed so many times. So I wanted to watch an old video, and particularly his Cartoon Incorporated video, IMVU, and Puppy Stomp. So while this is a very long post that you can...
Angry Slug quit as his editor and has a video about it. We'll watch that next.
Read. One of the oddities, and I'll summarize them to the best of my abilities, is with Cartoon Incorporated, conveniently considered lost media as the channel that posted it cannot be found. The Frozen 3 video is edited with a similar style to Max's older content. Brainwashing clip. Subliminal messages hidden within the clip uses the font Pixter Granular, a unique font type that appears in Max's later videos. The font type is not a default font on Windows OS or in Adobe Fonts, meaning the font was searched for and downloaded or purchased. Side note, someone recreated Cartoon Incorporated and posted breakdowns of the brainwashing clip. What is the likelihood that Max shares the same unusual font with something he happened across that literally no one else can find?
So I love this kind of weaponized autism.
Editing style also seems similar to his old video intros. IMVU. It is implied in the video that an account under the name Casey was exploited by Pablo Sunny. Remember that name. The account only has one friend, Pablo. Max makes note of how she's isolated and moves on quickly. Max supposedly finds the YouTube account owned by the same person by image searching her profile picture. The image is from Naruto. Now, how could one reverse search and find that specific YouTube page? Screenshot of IMVU profile, Naruto character, and YouTube page.
And I want to impact that a little bit further. If you do look that video up, I think he did re-upload it. Of course, there's going to be somebody else's re-upload of it out there somewhere too. The account is, it looks like a Japanese account. There's a lot of Japanese, like, writing on it, whatever. Reverse image search, it works well if you're like in a localized, like, regional server for the data that's, you know, you're trying to reverse image. So, like, if this is an account that's made overseas, it's not going to return the same fucking results. It was another thing that really fucking fucked with me about that. You know, so what? If it tries to match the image and stuff, it matches it down to a fucking tiny profile with one follower and one following, on an obscure fucking social media platform that barely anybody fucking uses.
So this
There
is
you
the
go.
one right over here. Naruto
There you go.
profile picture. IMVU. You get the point.
Just everything about this doesn't make sense.
That he somehow gained access to the account to locate these unlisted videos. One of them is titled...
He tried to say that he hacked into the account. You don't just hack into accounts. You don't just crack into the Google data server past the... Like the infrastructure for each of these is completely compartmentalized from one another. Like, I doubt for all it's worth that Max has any understanding of how to do, like, a fucking security token interrupt and be able to find his way into somebody's account that way.
This is where you killed me, and depicts a bloody white sheet in the woods. With Casey corresponding with herself in the comments, it is implied that she...
I don't even know that tactic even works anymore.
...or disappeared off the internet. Oddly enough, the completely inactive Casey accounts no longer exist on YouTube and IMVU. They were deleted at the same time Max and Sylphit's IMVU accounts were also deleted.
No, it's a little bit insanely suspect.
The most similar Casey account I could track down in 2002 and appears to be entirely unrelated. And then he claims in a Discord Q&A that Casey is actually alive.
What about Pablo Sunny again? Does he know he's been caught or something? Oh, wait.
Yes, yes.
Is there an update on Casey? Can you talk about how you got into the account or how you found it? Yeah, that's a bit much.
I can't talk too much about KC.
Even in regular conversation, he uses the voice changer. Jesus.
I don't know what I can and can't say. I will tell you that yes, she's okay. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh yeah.
Oh, thank God! I didn't even know that. Holy shit! That's something I wanted to actually jump in VC with you about at some point.
Yes, but
thank God.
So in one surface, he says that she could be dead, and then all of a sudden she's okay. There has been no proof that this Casey person even existed. Now, I'm not going to sit here and make an unsubstantiated claim. At the end of the day, I haven't had the time to sit down and review.
I'm certain that they were just made up.
Every single bit of Max's back catalog as I've been reading.
Muda at least fucking addressed this. He did the right thing in doing it, but he's still pretty soft about it. I'm going to take a harder stance on it and say he made it the fuck up. He fabricated the entire thing for attention because he's a giant fucking attention whore.
Researching his current investigation. However, during the call with me, Max, Nick, and Spencer, he was...
Well, considering how big of a zoomer fucking Max is, though, I highly doubt that he would even know who Must Destroy All is, though.
Absolutely telling at the time. That
like, he would have been in, like, middle school when MDA was still making videos. Because remember, like... I'm such an old fuck. I'm like the fucking grumpy old man of all this kind of stuff, really. I mean, MDA was from around, like, what, 2010 onward?
Shouldn't really be taking a lot of...
And fucking, I think Max graduated high school in, like, 2015 or something like that.
This content.
Like, this dude is literally a fetus.
Seriously, it's meant to entertain.
By comparison.
The facts are often embellished or at least simulated when it comes to producing movies, which I think is really ethically damning when it comes to producing content that...
It's ethically retarded. Like, when you're talking about the kind of stuff you're talking about, to, like, mix fiction in with it at all is just automatically going to kill your credibility.
It's all about hunting down children or, you know, pinning a lot of these crimes.
Yeah, I did it. I think it's Robert Cassio.
For implicating a lot of these public services on cases like this.
So recently, people have been saying that your investigations kind of skew the line between fact and fiction because they're finding things that you've created as context for the video. I think people are pointing to the Discord server that you were an admin of when you were showing it. The lawsuit that you changed the name or whatever. How much of what you do is kayfabe and how much of it is legitimately like live? This is the investigation. Here it is.
So the investigations themselves are real, but obviously the films have fictional elements. There's multiple reasons. Like, for example, the admin thing on the Discord server, I had to recreate it
Yeah.
Like, that was a recreation. Because I didn't have the originals. The IMVU thing.
And what's nuts is you didn't think to just point that out. It's like, you know, when you watch a documentary, it says dramatic, you know, recreation. Like, there's a reason they put those fucking disclaimers in there.
I wasn't. I don't know why people are saying like it's a film. Like I am presenting it as if it were to be real, but I didn't think people would take it as that. Like,
but wait, you hunt pedophiles. You don't think that people are going to think your videos are real?
So that's the thing. So
I thought my audience was dumb. I didn't think they were that dumb.
I want everyone, when you watch my video, to assume everything is fake, except like when I show a face and what they're doing.
Again,
what a giga brain move.
Again, why are we interspersing fact and fiction when it comes to incredibly serious stories like this?
Because if you were just straight up about it, it wouldn't make as much money.
Look, I'm not here to say if Max is definitively faking his stuff or not. People definitely have their suspicions. But the thing about it is if you're admitting that you don't want people to think your content is real, how can you honestly take the responsibility to cover serious cases like this when you are admitting that, yes, my audience, if they watch my videos, I don't want them to think anything is real unless I show this person's face and make serious accusations. Look, either all of it is real, because this is supposed to be an investigation. This is not some movie, okay? This is not some fictionalized media. Even media that does dramatic recreations is following facts, okay? If they're if that's the content they're trying to produce, if the content they want to produce is making investigations where they are going after the darkest corners of the internet, people have a very reasonable expectation to believe it's real. So again, with Max's former content coming into question, that also shows you that maybe questioning everything that Max shares is probably the only way to go now. If the man is willing to fabricate some things for videos, and again, in a call that we had with Max, it very much is apparently the fact. He is not above, actually. So this is an interesting part of the situation. We actually know about the Pablo Sonny stuff at a closer heart. So I had a call with Max alongside Nicholas Diorio, Spencer, the victim, and of course him in a Discord call a couple days ago. And inside this call, he actually claims that he doesn't know if anybody has been arrested.
Have you ever gotten someone arrested?
If I have, then I don't know it.
But you'll put yourself out there as if you do, with absolute certainty that it's totally happened.
You went on my podcast to tell me that you've got someone arrested, and it was because of your video, just to be clear.
Watch this fucking backpedal.
Would you like to re-answer that question?
I've been emailed stuff like, hey, you got this guy arrested, congratulations.
You went on and you said, this guy was arrested, it was because of me, it was because of my video. And you told me that 2 years ago.
It's kind of egotistical of me to say. That was
this whole thing is egotistical of you to do.
My video that did it. I don't know that for sure.
God, why do all these kind of cocksuckers have the same sort of smarmy... Ugh.
But then you
just sleaze.
You said recently that he fled to the Philippines. So was Sonny ever arrested? Pablo Sonny? Did that ever even happen?
Yes, he did. All we know is that his last location we picked him up from was Mexico.
Nice going.
Whether he fled to the Philippines or not, we don't know. We just know he has family there, and that's the most likely destination they would go to. Just
so then why would you say it like everybody was, for one, all Filipinos have fucking family back there, okay, but like if you don't know definitively, like why would you even intimate it like it was definitive?
But he was in like he was arrested. That was
Pablo Sonny. I don't think so. I think he got away.
You're so fucking amazing at this, dude.
Dude, what the fuck?
Yeah, if he was arrested, I have no idea.
Why did you tell me he was arrested? You said Pablo Sonny was arrested and my video did it. Why did you lie to me on my show?
Do you have a clip of that?
Yes.
Oh my god.
It's in something I've been currently editing.
Dude.
Yeah, send it to me.
He's expecting Nick to be like so fucking stupid. This is
Okay, give me 2 seconds.
Did he ever have any experience with YouTube at all before deciding to start his channel? Did he know at all that people who do this shit have just been around doing this kind of shit for years? We've seen it all. And that when people try to pull a fast one, like, oh, could you show that to me? I'm not aware of that. Like, are you kidding me? Like, having been on this platform pretty much ever since it was, like, conceived, I've seen this tactic so many fucking times.
I think there's even a video on YouTube. Actually,
He really expects these people to just be absolutely fucking retarded.
can you just jump in the screen share? I'll just pull it over. Because somebody archived it.
I guess I can hear stuff, but I can't see anything.
Perfect. That's all you need because the visual is a drawing.
Clickety-clack.
Okay, here you go. This is the two clips, contrasting clips of Pablo Sonny. Okay, so obviously one of them is in December 29th, and the other is, December 29th, 2021, and the other is November 27th, 2023. Okay.
Okay.
What is your primary goal? Is that then? There's no. What's your other?
Well, I guess the question is like the next getting at is like, okay, so you want to enact this change. What do you hope is the eventual result of your video?
Okay.
Of all this.
So I know there's people out there saying I'm doing it to self-serve. I just want my video back up. I don't give a shit if my video comes back up. It did what it needed to do. So that was in the video is currently in police custody. And
was that as a result of your video, or was that prior to the video?
Yes, it was because of the video.
Right.
The video was about IMVU and this one predator. I made it about him and him alone.
IMVU is a game, right? You played the game and you exposed this guy.
Yes.
Do you mind walking?
I'm surprised that anybody even uses IMVU still. I made an IMVU in like 2007. It obviously doesn't exist anymore. There's no way it did. But it was like when it first came out, like as a platform. I used it like once. That was it.
Chain of events.
It's like a rip-off Second Life with like almost no interactivity.
Events that led from your video to him being imprisoned.
Yeah, so I dropped the video. The end of the video is a call to action. Usually all my videos are a call to action, like find him. And we
do all the work for me.
Did.
So in this case, find him meant like you didn't know who he was. You wanted his doc so he could go to jail.
All we had was his face and his voice.
Right.
And out of that, I said, find him. And then within 24 hours, we found him. And then I started social engineering all of his friends to give me his information. And they did. And then we pegged him. He fled to Mexico.
You pegged him, huh?
We found where he was in Mexico.
Wow.
I don't know if the
look at how fucking definitive he makes these statements. Just how absolutist he is in this. It's so fucking glib.
Police. He was from Canada. So I don't know if the police asked him to come back.
As all terrible people are.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if the police asked him to come back or he went on his own volition or they forced him to come back. I don't know any of those details. I just know he went back to Canada and was in police custody for a certain amount of time.
How do you know that even?
So you lied.
So that was what I was told through Instagram posts when I was in contact with his friends.
You didn't remember that until I showed you the clip? You didn't remember that, like, this is your biggest crown and
He fucking nailed him, like...
You got a pedophile arrested?
I didn't remember the details, no. I just remember he fled to Mexico.
You didn't expect that anybody would be able to put two and two together, is what it is.
All the police custody shit, that was only shit I was told. I couldn't verify any of that.
Why would you go on a fucking podcast then and say it with such certainty?
So you just got on stream and told everybody it was me. I did it. Mama Max, #1.
Yeah, that's not cool. You can let people know I think that. I mean, we literally had him in a voice call. Like it's like the Mega Drive. Like it's.
He should know better, but here's the thing: he does know better. People like this are completely aware of what they're doing. They just expect everybody around them to be too stupid to catch on to it.
Literally us.
But that's never the case.
Saying we're 14 years old. He's saying, yeah, I want to see, I want you to ride me and shit like that. To what he thinks is a 14-year-old. And we verified that by telling him, like, I don't know, I'm young. I don't know, I'm only 14.
Oh, hi.
Oh, fuck off. Really?
Hi, I'm Steve Bloom, and I've voiced thousands of characters, including Wolverine.
I'm glad you have. I don't care, though. But thank you for voicing characters.
Should be sufficient to put him in prison. But the law says otherwise, I suppose, because as far as I know, he hasn't been imprisoned, and people have been I received an email that someone was going to talk to the deputy about why he hasn't been arrested. And I'm also actually going to start interviewing police local to me as to don't get arrested, because I know they all want to arrest them. It's just the law binds them.
So you've never actually
Who cares about any of that? And first off, that's total bullshit. Like, I didn't
file arrested.
Not to my knowledge.
He doesn't even know if he had any arrest under his belt. So for a person to blatantly lie about this kind of shit, this very serious stuff is obviously things that are going to bring every single aspect of his character into serious question. Now, he fails to tell the survivor story in a proper manner. What really also burns me is Max's incompetence to using actual proper research. He literally brings ChatGPT and believes that it can provide legal advice.
This is absolutely insane. This is the wildest part of it to me, really.
Oh, not ChatGPT, bro.
Okay. So.
Oh my God.
Look at what I just sent you.
Can testimonies, if they're enough for multiple people, count as evidence in court? ChatGPT is just... It doesn't matter. The fact that he did this...
You sent me a ChatGPT prompt, not a fucking legal definition.
I mean, we can argue legal semantics all we
No,
want.
we're not arguing
lawyers.
semantics. We have to look at exact definition, Max. This is the problem with this situation. You're going in with evidence that can't be 100% corroborated. You're going in with allegations as an evidence. Courts would laugh you out.
Are we talking to your lawyer, ChatGPT?
Yeah,
right
is this
now?
your?
Like,
Is
what
this
the
the lawyer?
fuck is
Like,
going
dude,
on?
This is Max's legal team, GP&T lawyers.
Like right here, bro. Come on, you can't. You know, if I make a video on this, this is what I have to work with. How do you honestly think I can take your side logically? If tomorrow I was like, oh, where's Max getting his legal definitions? Oh, ChatGPT. By the way, ChatGPT has also been getting fucking dumber over the last few months. I mean, come on.
It actually has too.
Judge and
like
jury.
ChatGPT, apparently it's like plateaued, where now it's like it got like really good, but apparently like the models that they're loading into it are serving to make it like just dumber, like geometrically dumber.
Find a witness statement credible. They can charge or convict you of a crime based solely on witness testimony alone. That is from BergenCriminalAttorney.com.
Okay, well, that's nice and all, but that's totally circumstantial, and you have to have an enormous mountain of evidence against you in those circumstances for that to fucking work. Just word of mouth alone. I don't give a shit, like, if somebody's fucking lawyer website says that. The reality is that's it's a ridiculous fucking statement.
Y'all can look it up.
Show me that. Show me what. Show me that. Show me that definition. Show me that definition, not the ChatGPT. Why'd you not bring me that one?
I am giving you multiple.
Give me
Like,
that. Give me the one from the legal definition. Why'd you bring me ChatGPT? Link me that right now. We'll read it together.
ChatGPT understands the legal system.
Now,
Max, you're a fucking retard of the highest order. ChatGPT is just a fucking... I don't even know how to respond to something that fucking stupid. I don't even know how to
and of course, in one situation, Max was also in
ChatGPT just repeats an enormous amount of stuff that people have put into it.
Own controversy with various ex-relationships of his life, which if Max believes that accusations are evidence or allegations are evidence, behavior can be evidence, then all these 5 girls that were bringing allegations against him, Max might be what they...
Why is it the jump from fucking millennial to Zoomer was just so catastrophic to human intelligence? Why did IQs drop off so sharply in the span of like just 10 years or so?
They claim. These allegations were brought forward by the victims, but organized by someone named Magnetar.
Now we know what the GPT stands for. Genius Prosecution Team.
A boyfriend of one of the victims at the time. Max outed Magnetar as Anthony and accused him of pedophilia.
Say why?
Anthony, Haley's boyfriend, Magnetar on YouTube. The one who published this video on me.
One of the worst crimes
Jesus Christ.
imaginable. And it might have been okay if that was just one screw up, but as of recently, he's still made more unsubstantiated claims.
To me, that was a poetic ending, is that this guy...
A poetic ending was opening yourself up to an enormous defamation suit? Nice.
Who put all my exes together, literally has a testimony against him. And not only by one person, it's supported by multiple people. And there are now news stories coming about that he was sneaking... That he was sneaking, that he was sneaking into his high school as an adult, eating lunch with freshmen.
So?
But you're trying to...
That sounds like something you would do, really.
You're trying to use other people, that there was multiple people coming out against Magnetar to try to bolster your argument. But there were many more people who came out against you.
You locked a girl in a fucking hotel room and sexually assaulted her because she friend-zoned you.
Without evidence, and although the burden of
evidence?
proof was on them, I provided the evidence.
Oh, I really don't like that he likes to talk over people. That really makes me want to break my foot off in his ass.
Wait, what was your evidence against Magnetar?
Pause.
His account and evidence against Magnetar at the time amounted to a witness statement over Twitter, and that was all he really had to bring. He made a serious allegation, and even then he followed up in his video that he wasn't going to continue investigating because there wasn't enough actual evidence.
But I have not made a video on him, despite wanting to.
Why is this, what the fuck does Obama have to do with this?
All these years, because I do not want to harass them, and I feel this is not enough evidence to build an entire case against him. So
you're just going to go out there and accuse him of being a pedophile, even though you know you don't have any evidence, or even enough evidence, really, to say that he is.
I have not, and will not until we have more proof.
Max made an unsubstantiated claim against Magnetar without sufficient proof, showed a bunch of his photos, gave out his full name, place of work, and basically ruined this person's life. Now, look,
Jesus Christ.
I have no idea what the truth of this situation is, right? But what I do know is Max made an unsubstantiated claim, and I made a very severe mistake of not looking into this at the time and giving a friend of mine a serious softball at the time. In reality, I talked about this on an episode of our podcast, and without intention downplayed a serious situation, not just for Magnetar, but for some of Max's ex-girlfriends in that situation. And for that, I'm beyond sorry. If you call someone a...
That fucking bearded guy that was in that clip really quick, the white bearded guy that was in that, really pissed me off in that fucking podcast. I've known Max for years. He didn't really seem like somebody who'd do any of this crazy stuff. Fuck you, you dumb shit kicker. You don't know. This is one of the things that really need to point out too, is that none of you people fucking know this guy, okay? You know of him, you're like an acquaintance. You don't know this guy worth a shit. All right? This is one of the reasons he plays you all as a bunch of fucking marks, because he knows that you don't know enough about his real character, the willingness he has to employ all these scumfucky tactics that he does to sensationalize and fucking fictionalize a lot of the stuff that he talks about, you know, well enough, just to the point that he just gets away with it, and you defend it because you don't know this motherfucker, and he knows it. Well, I mean, I've met up with him in person a couple of times. That doesn't mean shit. That's worth shit. That doesn't mean shit. It fucking really just bothers the hell out of me that some of these people are just, they would make claims like that at all. But I've known him since he did all his like blog videos on his YouTube. You've known of him, and he played you for that. People like this are willing to use anyone that they need to use in order to get what they want. They're willing to give people the impression that they know all there is to know about them as much as they want in order to get what they want. Dude, narcissism doesn't know any fucking limits. People like this are fully in control of what they're doing until it gets fucking shredded by too many people for them to control the narrative of it. It's just par for the course with this kind of shit.
Which he did. Make sure it's 100%. In the last 24 hours, Max made a video.
So you basically defended somebody you didn't know anything about.
titled "I'm Taking Accountability into My Own Hands." Now, there's a few things I want to address from this video because, for the most part, in my
God, he looks like fucking shit with that beard.
opinion, it's mostly him not really taking any accountability other than for basically bringing Charlie
You guys saw my fucking response video to this, so
into
I
something
don't need to repeat myself.
that he never needed to be in the first place. There's two things I want to address from this that really drive me insane.
Let's just start from the beginning.
It was so fucking rehearsed.
I met Spencer. She told me what happened to her. I told her I was busy with other projects, but if you need me to hand this to someone else, I will. She said, no, I want you. And so, a few years later, I finally came back and I was like, okay, are you ready? And we did the podcast.
How is it that you can waste 3 years on what could have been a solid investigation and decide to cover other content that people are now questioning the characteristics of, content that you have admitted to us is presented in a factually, like, misleading way, where
Because he was milking it for money.
we have to sift
He
between
was milking it to try to get as many eyeballs on it as possible.
fact and fiction when you had something real. If you could put the case, something you believe so serious, off for 3 years, why do you give the average creator 3 weeks to figure things out? I've actually known more about this case in the last 48 hours than I have in the last 2 months. I even found a YouTube channel through the help of one of the victims that reached out to me. And they showed me how, yes, one of these channels exists and how they predate on girls in the Georgia area. These are things that slowly are being built up, but I'll get to that later. The other
So there is some verified legitimacy to this then.
point is this.
But you can't just tell your story anymore. Now you need concrete evidence.
Yeah, isn't that a big pisser?
Now you need to go to law enforcement.
You need real evidence.
Multiple times. Now you need to consult with lawyers.
You can't just make up whatever the fuck you want.
Like, we can't just listen to survivors when they're screaming for help.
Get a job. Oh, fuck off. Thank God they're skippable. I get it, they're gonna be ads on Muda's fucking videos, whatever, but I mean...
You do need evidence. This is such a misleading thing by him. Yes, I get it. People do listen to survivors. There's nothing stopping the story of survivors being out there. You have put it out there. 4 to 5 hours. But beyond putting a story out there, if you want people to join your call to action and start going after and publicizing somebody who you are calling some of the worst names imaginable, then they need more than witness testimonies. They need corroborative evidence that can actually seal the deal or make a reasonable case against somebody. This is not some podunk crime we're accusing somebody of. This is the worst possible crime that somebody can commit. And everybody, including you, needs to have all of their T's crossed and I's dotted. This is a massive concern. Yes, we live in a world where evidence is also required alongside the story that is provided.
And that's too much for Max. He wants to live in a world where you can just take people at their word and you can decide their fates based on that.
That's just how the world has...
I wonder if he just... I wonder if he was reincarnated from having a previous life in the Soviet fucking Union.
Always worked, and how the world continues to work. It's one of the reasons why you were able to exonerate yourself and people didn't just blindly believe the allegations against you. If we lived in your world, Max, you would be one of the guiltiest parties imaginable. With that said, though, this video
He has main character syndrome, so his plot armor would have actually seeded him as totally immune to it.
is getting on long enough, so I want to kind of touch upon one more clip that I'm still actually trying to process.
Well, I'm asking why you did not directly contact me, but contact us only in public stream.
Let's see, I contacted you November 27th. Max, I've seen your latest video. I've caught up with this whole situation. I have texted you.
What it felt like seeing him on streams.
You went on with Tommy and
Jesus
Lyrics
Christ.
and are sitting there talking to them when you literally haven't spoken to the other survivors.
Also, I want you guys to listen to like these noises you hear in the background on his video, because it sounds like he's playing around. Somebody said that it sounds like he's like trying to load a gun and sound like all intimidating by doing so. So I'm just gonna back this up a bit. Hey, what's up, Francesco?
I'm still actually trying to process.
Well, I'm asking why you did not directly contact me, but contact us only in public stream.
Let's see, I contacted you November 27th. Max, I've seen your latest video. I've caught up with this whole situation. I have texted you.
What it felt like seeing him on streams.
You went on with Tommy and Lyrics and are sitting there talking to them when you literally haven't
It sounds like somebody's pulling the slide rack on a fucking pistol.
spoken to the other survivors.
Hold on, can you put Max on for a second?
I'm right here.
That was snaky as fuck, dude. Oh, I'm coming after you, Mudhar. Stand back.
I'm right here.
That was snaky as fuck, dude. Oh, I'm coming after you, Mudhar.
no,
Stand back,
I
stand back.
literally
Spencer, can you
didn't
tell him
say
what
that.
you felt? You are literally just a little
Because
snake
it
hiding
literally
behind her, dude. That's
Can you
disgusting.
listen to me? Can you listen to me? It was
Do I have to feed you first?
so fucking heartbreaking hearing Muta sit there and say that, oh, if this is fake, then I'll gladly put money towards Camden's defamation trial.
So will I.
Yeah, if it
That
is fake.
was-
If it's fake, if this was all faked, then you know what? People should support this guy. But it does sound like there's some validity to these claims. It's just that you assholes had fucked up people's ability to take it seriously so bad. What do you want people to think? That's on you two fucks.
I thought you said it's fine with saying it's allegedly. Now all of a sudden,
it's
there's
real.
There's no like.
That sounds like either somebody playing with the slide rack on a fucking pistol or somebody putting rounds into a magazine. And if that's the case, and he's trying to like be all intimidating while they're yelling at him, like he's Mr. fucking Big Badass, that's the most cringy and hilarious fucking thing ever. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna shoot him?
How do you feel? How do you think that it makes myself?
Listen to
and
him in the
other
background.
survivors- How do you?
Real?
Like, no.
Listen to this little bitch in the background.
Saying it's allegedly. Now all of a sudden,
it's
there's
real.
No, there's no like other side to the story.
How do you feel? How do you think that it makes myself and the other survivors feel when you're saying that? It is okay to think that, but you're going
All the other survivors besides your fat fucking ass have actually come to Mudahar on their own volition, and they've also fucking started to disavow you and this shithead.
publicly and saying that to everybody else when you haven't spoken to the others. I'm just trying to understand, why would you do that without talking to us?
Because he fucking doesn't have to, that's why. He can make his decision to, like, have the agency to speak about this any which way that he wants. Why does it have to go through you? Who the fuck are you?
I've spoken with Max. Max is your representative. Max is supposed to be the one bringing the story across to everyone. And yes, if in the case that everything is actually...
I love that he's just keeping us cool through this.
Please. Why is it
Why
your
is it my
job?
job?
Because you're the one who's...
I guess it's your case, dipshit. Why is it my job? Because you're the one who brought it to people's attention to begin with.
spearheading this. You're the one spearheading it. What do you mean? Fine, give it to Spencer's channel. Spencer, you upload this whole thing.
What? You're the fucking person who's running the investigation.
Oh my
This is
God.
your
Investigate
case.
this as well, and you haven't.
Yeah, why are you putting it all on me? Like,
Why are you putting it on me?
yes,
You're the fucking one bringing it. Why are you talking about...
I mean, look, chat, why did you guys put it on me all those years to investigate Onision? Why did you put that on my shoulders? Why didn't you just do all the fucking work for me?
absolutely. I am the first one.
Yeah.
I do not want to be the only one. I'm the only one.
Well, then you are the only one. You have...
We'll deal with it because you're the one who brought it to people's attention. Do the fucking work, you lazy piece of shit.
haven't convinced exactly. You haven't made anything
You
compelling.
haven't been listening to them. I've been trying to set up a call like this for months.
Yeah, and I've had a 2-hour-long
Mr.
call, and I'm not
Mr.
moving anywhere close to the situation. In fact, I have more questions.
Why can't you take initiative to talk to other survivors?
Shout us out and give us money.
Well, I'm talking to you right now more than anybody else. I want to address one comment I made here for Spencer. Another apology I want to make. I can understand how she could be frustrated, and any of these potential survivors hearing that I would pay for a defamation case. In reality, this is a heated moment, as you can imagine, where it's basically a big fuck you to Max. Throughout actually investigating this entire situation, to me, I find it wholly disrespectful that people will put actual effort. I will do my absolute damnedest to come with all the evidence I have, and anytime I do an investigation, and Max is playing incredibly loose. All I've seen is a character here that has made a mockery out of serious investigations, covered things with no due diligence, and in fact, if anything, has made unsubstantiated claims. To be honest with you, Max is on a thin rope, and this kind of a thin rope ultimately leads to collateral damage for everybody else involved. Making claims like this and causing a big mockery of this situation ultimately puts the case that is being built at risk. And I don't think Max's intent...
Isn't messing with the slide a surefire way to wear down the mechanisms or get a misfire? Any firearm could easily explain how dumb of an idea it is to do that. Do correct me if I'm wrong. Especially on 1911s. Especially on 1911s. If you keep just racking it over and over again like that, yeah. They already have an issue inherently because they can actually misfire pretty easy. So can Browning high points. Because they're built on a similar platform. Similar, not exactly the same. But
and this is where this comment...
If you're just basically just racking it over and over and over again like that, yeah. Or dry firing it over and over like that. Of course, you know, I wouldn't even put it past Max to be one of those people that doesn't even clean his fucking guns.
Comes out of frustration. Speaking with more of the victims after this call myself, I feel very...
Supposedly because he also fucked off out of the military and didn't even make it through training, like, due to the fact he tried to kill himself while he was in, like, somebody posted a comment on one of the videos talking about this, saying that he legally can't even own firearms.
Very disgusted.
Like, the same way that, like, felons can't own firearms, apparently people that do what the fuck he did can't either. I don't know if that's true or not, but... If that's the case, then wow.
Hearing any more about the situation.
Like less unlawful possession of a firearm.
And the things that have been,
you know, big if true,
alleged to go behind it. Which is why I'm doing my due diligence to at least try and help these victims out. But privately. Not a public spectacle like Max is doing. Now,
no shit.
To say that I'm not flashbanged still by this clip is beyond me. Now, I have no ill will against any of the victims. I have no ill will against Spencer for even saying whatever she said to me in this moment. I actually put more of the blame towards Max since he's the investigator and lead charge of this entire process.
Well, that's nice. I'm going to put it on both of them because this chick's not a fucking retard and is completely aware of what it is that he's doing. There's no way that she's not. Nobody's that fucking stupid, even if they get manipulated into thinking they're in a werewolf cult or whatever the fuck. Okay. You know, clearly both of these people are running some kind of grift on this, and if they're actual people who've been legitimately victimized by this guy that they're going after, well, I mean, that's fucking terrible and all. Their story has been completely blown to smithereens as far as credibility until they can come forward of their own agency and stuff because of the actions of these two fucking assholes. Which really doesn't, at that point, shock me at all that this chick would get wound up or involved in something like this, really. I mean, yeah, it really sucks that you got manipulated when you were a kid, but you're an adult now. All right, you're being a big fucking queen, making this all about yourself. You know, under the guise that it's altruistic and for the benefit of other people. It's bullshit. So, you can put as much of it as you want on him solely. I guess you want to cover your ass by doing that. I'm not as charitable as you, and I'm going to put it equally on the both of them.
This all falls on his shoulders. To say that I'm not doing enough when...
Yeah, Goo, basically this surrounds... Max is basically investigating a cult of people that were, like, manipulated and abused by this guy who thought he was, like, a werewolf god. The whole thing is fucking ridiculous, and if that's the story they brought to the police, then no wonder they didn't take it seriously.
I have spent 2 hours of my life in that call. I have talked to 2 other victims, and I've also researched what this cult is. And again, I've learned more about it in the last 48 hours than I have in the last 2 months. Look, I'm not an expert, and I can't claim to be doing anything that is genuinely super involved in a case like this. But I guess to end this off on somewhat of a positive note, I don't know what to say other than I have tried to give my time, my energy, and I will continue to do it in a liaison capacity. Look, there are people that are trained for this. Lawyers, cops, even other YouTubers who've worked with lawyers and cops regarding similar
And actual lawyers, not GPT.
situations like this. And all I can say is, given my time and tenure on YouTube, the people that I've worked with, I have built connections. And what I can do is utilize those connections to allow people to actually investigate this case. But at no point is anything that I'm going to be doing anymore regarding the situation public. I'm never going to be making a follow-up video, and I never am looking for any apology.
That's the smartest fucking Giga Chad move you could make.
Or reconciliation from
That's the biggest Giga Chad move you can make.
I absolutely dislike how he's handled this, and it's left a serious bad taste in my mouth. With that said, all I can do is try to handle this situation and assist these victims and survivors privately, whether that be at least even paying for a legal team to bring this to a law enforcement team, or working with people that can work with actual cops to investigate this matter with the respect it deserves, and hopefully gain justice for the parties that feel that they have been wronged. Ladies and gentlemen, I have nothing more to say. Max is the prime example of a YouTuber that has let his ego go way far beyond than it should have. He has taken a serious
That's being nice about it.
situation and made a complete mockery out of it. And ultimately, I don't really think that he has a place on this platform. The kind of content that he's made and the kind of profiteering
He's basically saying, get the fuck off this
he's
site.
done on serious topics, I have less respect for him than everyone else that I've covered in the past.
Oh, shit.
That said, this is me, Mudahar, and I'm out.
Damn. All right. I have the next one over. No, that's not it. Yeah, that is it, because if I think I have to go back. Okay, let's see. Turkey Tom made it. I'm not watching his fucking video about it's 2 hours long. Where was the slug video? I just fucking had it. God damn it. Okay, here it is.
Former Mama Max.
All right.
Hey guys, former Mama Max editor here, Angry Slug. I know it's weird, it's stupid, it's dumb, I'm sorry. I quit. I'm not your editor, Max. And I don't like what I heard in that leaked call, because I listened to all of it. I've spoken to some of the survivors. What you are doing is fucking negligent and actually harmful. And you wanting to sue Muda for $1 million? You are sounding like a crazy person. Like,
bro, look at that. I'm sorry, dude. That cable management back there is fucking... Oh my god, it's gonna give me anxiety.
Actually fucking crazy. I've told you multiple times, do not do this shit. And you do exactly the opposite.
Is that shocking to you, though?
I told you, hey, just say you're going to be shutting up and not engaging in this. What do? You don't take accountability. You don't do anything. You're just like, oh, they're all bad.
Because he's playing you guys for fucking marks.
They're all pedophiles. They're all evil for not agreeing with me. And, like, you're fucking over the people you are trying to help. And go ahead, threaten to sue me, Max. Threaten to sue me. Because I've done nothing but follow that non-enforceable NDA. And I've been nothing but helpful to you. There's no damages that I've caused to you, nor has Muda. You have done nothing but openly and maliciously.
What kind of NDA is it either? That's what I want to know. Is it a non-disparaging or a non-disclosure? Because if it's a non-disparaging NDA, you can say whatever the fuck you want, just so long as it doesn't disparage the person. But even that's putting aside the fact that it's just from some dumbass YouTuber and it's totally unenforceable.
Just fuck this up. And now every other thing you've done is a lie too? Like, are you fucking kidding me? You mix fact with fiction, and it just fucks up.
Okay, is it just going to reiterate what everybody says so far?
Son, if you are a survivor of Camden Gerard Davis, contact Gwinnett County Police, contact a lawyer, and if you have done either one or both of those things, contact me. Do not have me as your first contact. Do not have any YouTuber as your first
This is exactly what Max should have said.
contact.
And yes, he's not saying anything wrong.
enforcement
And
or a
God, dude, I'm sorry, this guy's grossing me out. Spittle in your mouth, dude.
lawyer. This type of shit is fucking disgusting.
Okay, whatever.
I'm going to...
No shit. Okay, whatever. He's just gonna fucking reiterate the same fucking points over and over again that other people have already made. Yeah, no, this is fucking ridiculous. One of the things that just sickens me, I guess, the most about it is after the years of fucking doing the stupid shit with Onion that I did, it really just makes a mockery of anybody who wants to really bring people like that to light. This kind of bullshit. And it just makes a mockery of anybody who wants to come forward who's been victimized by pedo fucking assholes like this. You know, this kind of shit has muddied the water for his fucking supposed cause so much. It's absolutely insane. Absolutely fucking insane. I don't understand how people like this are just so fucking greedy that they think it's a good idea, like in view of the public, to do this kind of scummy fucking bullshit. He reminds me of Richard Christie, except Richard Christie's probably a better drummer. I don't know if you know this, but like Richard Christie is Death's original drummer. I also had to click off that video because all the cable and wires in the back he had were just driving me absolutely nuts. I'm trying to find this like leaked Patreon video. Let me see. I do have some sources for these things. I thought he was in Iced Earth. No, he was in Death. I can look that up right now. Richard Christie, Wikipedia, blah, 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 blah. Thomas Richard Christie is an American drummer and radio personality, best known for being the former drummer for several heavy metal bands since the early 1990s, most notably Death. But yeah, so he probably was in Iced Earth. Let's see. So he's worked with Archeron, Death, Control Denied, Demons and Wizards, Iced Earth, Charred Walls of the Damned. I mean, I legitimately like Iced Earth, and I do like Demons and Wizards. I just can't really... I can't really vibe with them after the whole January 6th thing. And it's not like a libtard fucking take on it. It's just like, if you're gonna pull an insurrection, make it an actual fucking insurrection. That's all I'm gonna fucking say. Don't just steal a podium and then call it a day. If you're gonna fucking go to prison over something like that, fucking go hard or go home. That's all I'm saying. All right, let me check through this really quick, because like there was supposedly a leaked Patreon video that Max made as a fucking response to all this. So what's your favorite firearm? I do like 1911 Colts. I don't know why. I've always had like an affinity for that particular handgun. Like its general design is very just iconic. I know it's probably a pretty cliche one to have, but hang on a second. No, that's the 8-hour stream. I don't want to fucking sit there and bore you to death with that shit. The most American choice. Well, it's not just because America. It's because I don't know. I like the design of it. In the 2004 Punisher movie, I really liked the way that they had modified the Akimbo 1911s that he had there. I like that the chrome barrel tip that they had was really cool. Extended barrel on it too was really neat. Do you like the AK platform? I like how moddable it is. I like that you can change it from all the way just your standard AK-47 to like a fucking AKM if you want to, because the mechanisms are pretty much almost identical. Okay, so does anybody grab this or not? A second NDA did leak. I can read that. Because it looks fucking absolutely insane. Is this guy still streaming about this? Okay. So it doesn't look like anybody fucking leaked this, which is shitty. But he did like a fucking... Okay. Whatever. All right, hang on. 3. And where was the other? The NDA. Images, new tab. All right. And then there's one more I gotta get. Because this is fucking crazy. He's literally threatening to try to make like a class action suit against Muda. Because he made his fucking video. Like, in terms of crazy shit that I've fucking seen people do to try to get back at somebody, this is definitely way up there. Oh, somebody did a video about this organization as well. Oh, it's a fucking hour long. Jesus Christ, really? That's like the new thing for YouTubers, to make videos that are 2 hours, 3 hours long. I don't have that kind of time. Who does, really? I say that as I make you guys sit here for hours. Okay, this just covers the whole fucking thing that we just watched. All right, no. No, it actually covers more. So the video itself is 2 hours long, and it does really cover the same points we've just heard, but it actually does go into more depth about, like, what this organization was and what this group was about. It just takes fucking forever to get there. I don't feel like doing what some streamers do, where they just fucking, you know, 2x, 3x, 4x watch a video, so it's like that, and just respond. It's stupid. Some screenshots exist of, like, hang on, the group itself. Jesus Christ, this just looks like a fucking ERP. Dude, this looks like a fucking ERP group that got out of hand, not a cult. This was... I'm reading some things about it. This is not... Okay. Alright, this is the second NDA that he tried to get people to sign. I'm gonna read it. This is fucking insane. This non-disclosure agreement is, and let's see. Well, this is just a fucking template. This is stupid. All right. It's not even legitimate. Like, it's just a fucking. This is the same template. I don't even need to read it. It's the same template that fucking Onion used with his shit. Why are you essentially the same fucking people? Ugh. Stupid. Stupid. Okay, so yeah, nobody's fucking actually re-uploaded this, this supposed leaked fucking Patreon video. What a bunch of shit. That fucking sucks. That just fucking sucks. Oh. Okay. Alrighty. Grug in the morgue. Oh god. You know what's fucking crazy is that as cringy as fucking morgue is, he managed to like really avoid any of the real intense scrutiny that people like Onion or people like Max get even to this very day. Like, he got a lot of shit. I'm not gonna lie, he got a lot of shit from TJ, he got a lot of shit obviously from me and from other creators out there. And he managed to survive it all and just has his weird, obviously scummy fucking just like scam going on. And it's weird too because he's just made the same fucking video like over and over and over and over again and made the same points like over and over and over again. And really, I would have thought like the death knell of his channel would have been people just getting bored with him just regurgitating the same fucking shit ad infinitum, but apparently not. I checked out his channel the other day just purely out of curiosity. I was like surprised. It's like, okay. All right, let's see. Okay. All right. Worst part about being an NPC tuber is editing all the beeps and boops. What's an NPC tuber? Prince Nuwata. But Prince Nuwata was fucking cool. He actually had charisma. That's the thing. I'm really bummed we never got a third fucking Hellboy by Del Toro. I don't even bother with the self-censorship shit. I can't. One, I don't have the patience for that level of editing to just edit out all the cursing I do. It just inherently. But I just don't feel the need to. I mean, sure, the people do it for like a TOS thing. I don't give a fuck. Okay, I don't see like why it should be that offensive, and I don't care if there are ads on these videos or not. Like I said, I mean, I got the Patreon in the fucking description box. You want to support the stream, go ahead and donate directly there. Del Toro directed the second Blade movie, which I was pleasantly surprised by. Have you seen the movie Mimic? That was a really good one. Hey, Alex, what's going on? That was a really good movie. It was supposed to be even better than the one we got, and he had to basically just outright fight with fucking Harvey Weinstein to keep him from just cutting the movie to shit. Fucking Destiny is talking about this. What does he have to say? He's probably using this to deflect from his cucked marriage. But who cares? Curious.
Anywhere? Is there literally anything anywhere that he's posted for any of this?
From there, she had me like put stuff in my body and told me to pretend it was like his penis. I was 14.
Penis.
During the midst of it, I tried to scream. I was screaming no and screaming for help. And he put his hand on my throat and choked me and told me that if I kept screaming, he would kill not just me, but my family too. When it was done, he got off of me and he went across the room. And he looked at me, saw me crying, and he said, "What just happened?" And I looked.
She said she had 4 miscarriages in like a month.
You know what's fucking crazy is that Max had to get this fucking image from Chud's server because he wasn't even willing to do the research to find this out his own.
Not actually sure. I wonder if you could have a miscarriage like 12 times in a year. Could, like, after you miscarriage, does your cycle repeat like right on schedule next time, or does it take a while? I don't actually know.
Nope.
Wait, we can just look it up. How long after miscarriage for next ovulation?
Right, I don't want to do this shit to death. I knew that this fucking Max guy was a fucking scum fuck who was just looking for money, and he's just another one of these goddamn attention whores who cares about fucking nothing else. I mean, I knew that the minute I don't really want to care too much about it, but anyway, I don't want to bore you guys to death with that shit too much. But yeah, it's kind of vindicating to see this fucking kick him in the ass. Really. Like the first time I'd ever watched one of his videos, I knew that there was something off with them. I hate it when videos are at 2x speed. I get why people do it, though. I get why people do it. The voice filter thing was annoying to me. The voice filter thing was just like such a projection of insecurity. That's the way I always saw it. I could never look at it any other way. Okay, well, it's not grabbing the game. All right. Is this gonna be a motherfucker again? God damn it. Ugh, this always annoyed me. You remove that. Yes, I want to remove window capture. Then I'm gonna add another fucking window capture because they still haven't fixed this bug in motherfucking... Wow, it can't even detect. Move. Okay. Is there another one I can use? Add game capture. Okay, there we go. So fucking annoying. Sometimes display capture works, sometimes it doesn't. Alright. Alright. Sometimes I have to use window capture, sometimes I have to use just straight up game capture. Peter Griffin. Alright. Oh, right. I don't like this performative pedo hunting thing either that people feel the need to do. Well, I mean, I like when people stop predators. I mean, I think anybody can agree that that's a good thing. The performative aspect of it, I mean, it's just, obviously it's just such for a fucking cash grab. And it's like, how low of a human being do you have to be to take a fucking look at something as depraved as this sort of suffering and go, fuck you, I want to make money on it.
Only you.
Have you played the Mafia games? I played Mafia 3. I haven't done it on stream, though. Alright. I need to, though. They're really good.
Signal, and we'll mark it on your HUD. It works really good on the arachnotrons. Open up. Skulls for the skull throne. Remains guarded. You can. Has been terminated. The demonic consumption of Earth has
you can actually kill all these.
6.8%. There are 2 hell priests remaining.
I don't know that it does anything if you do, but you totally can. Alright, take it easy, Mr. Red. That is a very loud keyboard. How badly is it? Like, how badly loud is it? I might actually have to adjust my compression because of that, then, if it's actually becoming, like, absolutely annoying to people. Basically, I try to have the noise gate on this mic set so that it doesn't, like, annoy the fuck out of people, but... Oh, fuck, it's gonna pick that... Fuck you, get out of here. It's gonna pick it up that bad, damn. Oh, dude, it, like, maxes out. Oh, I had no idea. Hang on. Are there any movies you're interested in seeing in 2024? I'm waiting very impatiently for Furiosa to come out. Very impatiently. I'm like huge into the Mad Max movies. I've been for many, many years, and I love Fury Road. So I cannot wait to see a continuation of that universe. Well, I'm muting the mic. I didn't realize it was going to pick it up that hard. This has to be a condenser mic. That's probably why.
like to thank you for your support during this transition. Your suffering
I want a shotgun that really has a mod like this on it for real. It's a fucking Gatling barrel. I don't even know how how is that working actually? Because it still has, if you look at it, it still has the pump underneath it. But he doesn't pump between rounds, so like when he changes the barrel off, like, oops. It changes the entire back mechanism too, not just the barrel. Mechanically, I'd really like to know like how the fuck you would make something like this. And remaster of Silent Hill 2. Was it gonna be like the fucking expanded HD edition piece of shit versions that were on the PS3? Because if it is, I'm not interested. If it's like how they've done the remasters and remakes of Resident Evil games, then I'm totally interested in that. I guess those are devs. Oh yeah, you gotta go from the top for that one. It really is trash, though. It really is. I bought it not knowing what I was getting into.
She is inside that demonic citadel.
At all.
I will mark her location on your HUD.
It's fucking awful. The Silent Hill HD collection for the PS3 is just fucking awful.
The gathering of health
I had
breeds
Silent Hill
located
3
just above your
with that.
location. My scans
And oh
indicate there is
fucking
a lift at
Christ!
the center of this
Like
facility.
I mean, narratively, the game is amazing. Gameplay-wise, I mean, it's fucking rough. There's those tank controls and shit, but I mean, on that version especially, it just makes... Fuck, it made me want to kick a baby in the face.
The con maker
Oh, I hope so. I'd
is present
love
at this
another
gathering,
Metroid game.
But when outside of her domain, she is by all accounts indestructible.
I have no fucking idea how this fucking reward system in this game is calculated, or the point system in this game is calculated at all. I have none what the fucksoever. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me. It almost feels like it's entirely random. I just want my Dino Crisis remake to happen finally. Oh fuck, dude. I would be so stoked for that if that was ever to be a thing. Dino Crisis, people sleep on these days, but it was really fucking good. Hello, Ghost Doggo. Goodbye, Ghost Doggo. Jurassic Park Survivor sounds interesting, yet I know absolutely nothing about it. I'll have to go look that up. I'm quite out of the loop on a lot of new games. I like what I like. I don't try to get too outside my wheelhouse. I just don't really have the time for a whole lot of new games anymore. God damn it, come on, grab it. Thank you. Here we go. Hence why so many years later, I'm still fucking playing this. Okay, let's go. fucking love how this level's designed. I wish they would do more with these guys in this game and future sequels if they want to continue on this storyline at all. And I also hope they kick Hugo Martin's fucking ass off this project so we can stop fucking this franchise into the dirt and screwing over people like fucking Mick Gordon. What an asshole. I don't know if you guys know about what happened with that. The guy who designed the soundtrack for this game literally still hasn't been paid for making it. And they gave him like a 2-month deadline to make all the fucking music for this. They treated him like shit and then threw him under the bus. It's fucking awful. Clown fucking behavior. But yeah, if they do continue this storyline, I really hope they focus on the Sentinels and stuff. I would love one where you don't even play as Doomslayer, but you actually play as one of these Sentinel guys. I'd love to know how badass they were by comparison. I love how they went on Twitter and then they tried to basically absolve themselves of any sort of accountability for it whatsoever, said they had evidence that would prove their side of the story and fucking provided absolutely nothing. And then just basically hoped everyone would forget about it. Like, holy shit, really? Your dude made like one of the most beloved game soundtracks of like all fucking time. And you think people are gonna fucking basically just forget about you fucking him over. This guy's gone on to work with like legitimate bands like fucking 3 Teeth and shit since. Good lord. Oh, I'm sorry you feel that way about it, but you totally should check this game out. It's fucking badass. But I get it. I get it. I'm just kind of in the mood to kill shit, so I'm skipping the cutscenes as such. Do I think Venom 3 is going to be a good movie? I don't know. I know it does come out in November, yes, but I don't know. I have to catch up on those. I've seen the first one. I have not seen the second. Given the nature of the character, I'm actually surprised that so many people gave the movie shit. Because I'm like, well, what do you expect people to really do with Venom? Do you want like a grimdark one that goes and hits all the same fucking predictable ass points that any of those movies done in that style do, or You want something kind of neat, the way they did it. I don't know. I like the way that fucking Tom Hardy played it in that. This was such a dumb design choice. This purple shit that like slows you down. Like, I know you can just like grappling hook stuff and sort of like yank yourself to move faster with it, but it's just such a design misstep. It's just such an artificial way to like arbitrarily increase like how difficult a map can be. I don't know that I would have added this in. Like, this, and then in the master level for the super gore nest, the section where you have to face the two marauders in like the acid pit are just such dumb design choices. They're like my two only real complaints after like actually getting good and being able to like really beat the fuck out of this game. Like, those are my only two real complaints as far as design choices are concerned, because they're such fucking missteps.
You can use it to activate the mech and clear a path forward.
In the Super Gore Nest master level, there's an area before you get to the big final fight where there are two marauders in a very narrow hallway, and the floor of the hallway is like damaging acid, and it's like fucking ridiculous. Like, it can be done, it's not impossible. But, like, the amount of damage that you're taking and the amount that your ass is getting kicked is so fucking ridiculous. Like, every single step, you're taking more and more damage. That it's like, it just becomes tedious. Now, motherfuckers who are experts, they can do it. And I've done it. I mean, it's not impossible, but, you know, after, like, the 7th or 8th attempt, I mean, you're, like, kind of... You're like kind of demotivated at that point. It's like ceased to be in the wheelhouse of like fun at that point. All right. Oh, get up. Get up. Fuck off. Excuse you, bitch. Okay. Oh, that's right. I think I fucked up the sequence on this. Hang on, you gotta hit these platforms in a certain sequence. Yeah, there you go. It's basically to introduce this jumping and climbing mechanic. I feel like a Doom movie would be hampered by executive meddling, rushed production schedules, and director getting kicked off the project, etc. Actually, none of that happened in the two Doom movies that exist. Doom, and then there's Doom Annihilation, which has actually nothing at all to fucking do with the first one. The first one actually stars Carl Urban and The Rock, and I actually liked it. I actually quite liked it. It's like basically Resident Evil in space, but it's not bad for what it is. I don't give a crap if people think that takes bad and it's another one of the worst movies ever. Fuck off. No, it's not. It's hammy. It's very aware of what it is. Doom Annihilation was made in the last couple years. It stars people that nobody really of note, besides Nina Bergman. She was pretty cool in it. She's badass, and she needs more roles, in my opinion. I actually won a contest regarding that movie. I got like a couple of cool goodies. Like I got the movie itself. I think I got it right here. Hang on. Copy of fucking Blair Witch 2 on VHS tape. But yeah, I don't know if you guys will be able to see this, but yeah, this exists. It's definitely one of the movies of all time. Its budget is very low. It has so many references to the games, though. I don't know what to make of it. I mean, it's for what it was really weird is like the people who worked on the game, even this new iteration, weren't even aware this thing was being made, which is fucking hilarious because I guess at some point the company id would have had to have licensed the title and licensed the IP. I mean, there's direct references to it, like the UAC and all that shit. Like, I don't know. If you like campy, like B-movie horror sci-fi, then sure. I would want a huge budget Doom movie to like encompass all this kind of shit. Handled right, I think that could be pretty awesome. Alright. This section is so much fucking harder when you don't have all these weapons and power-ups. I was really hoping there would have been a section where you get to pilot one of these big motherfuckers and fight one of these huge demons. Maybe that was outside of what the engine could do, but that would have been so fucking sick. I watched Alien Resurrection recently, actually, and I forgot how goddamn weird that movie was. Like, Alien 3 was rushed. Yes, the revised edition is better, but the continuity from 1 to 2 is so much more sensible than 3 to 4. I mean, 3, I don't even know. I mean, like, even though the original cut of the movie that we got, and, you know, before they did the revised and then the fucking work print, fucking whatever the fuck reconstruction they did, I don't know. I did like it on its own, because it had such a fucking bleak and depressing atmosphere. Like, good God. You know, not just because they kill off, like, you know, Hicks and Newt, but like, oh, spoiler alert for those who haven't seen it, sorry. Fuck. Sorry about that. But just the general tone of the fucking movie, good lord. And considering what that director went on to do afterwards, it was pretty interesting. For some reason, these flying imps remind me of those creatures from the movie Pitch Black.
The betrayer's life signal is nearby. There are motion sensors and artillery everywhere.
This guy's character is pretty neat.
I told you all to leave me here. I am where I belong. Saving your people will not bring you peace, only make the burden you carry worse. And now you seek to defy the calm maker herself. It is your people's time now to give penance, just as it was mine. Hear me, Slayer. When his heart is laid to rest, then his soul will be at peace. And so will mine.
The extraction point has been identified. I will mark its location on your HUD.
Fuck yeah. We like the first original 3 Spider-Man movies. Yeah, of course, who doesn't? That motherfucker's always gonna be Spider-Man to me. Boom. Go. Or not. See how many points I didn't get. Again, I have no idea how this system is calculated. It's so fucking weak. Wow. Let's see how quickly I can do the next one. I'm really good at the next one. Would be cultist base. Let's see, what time is it to? All right. After this, I'm gonna call it quits. All right. Let's go. Let's see how quickly I can do this one.
Is somewhere in this facility. I cannot pinpoint his exact location at this time.
Welcome, Slayer. Is my time at an end? Let's see if you're strong enough to survive this cursed city.
The Slayer has arrived. All mortally challenged personnel, please be advised.
The beast draws near to me, my brothers and sisters, but he is weak. Your hate must match his will. Only then will you be truly saved. Your salvation lies in his destruction.
I know they came out really good.
The Slayer's strength is exposed now to us. Can you see it, brothers? He has lost the resolve to continue. Eat his soul. I must survive this. Protect me in my time of need, and you will secure your place in the new world.
Yeah, my time of need.
Your super shotgun is nearby, a relic from your past. The priests have kept it hidden from you in this remote location.
Yes, this is an official episode, so the VOD of this will still be up. The first one I did the other night was just a test, just to get all my controls and everything working on it. This is on a new setup anyway, so that's why it was taken down, because it didn't need to stay up. It wasn't really a stream.
All mortally challenged personnel. The Slayer is inside the facility. Please proceed with aggression. Attention, all cultist base personnel. Please destroy the Slayer. The priest must survive. I repeat, the priest must survive.
Are you growing tired, Slayer? We will break your will yet.
You know, what really weirds me out is, like, I know this is all basically just designed so you can jump around and, you know, fight the way the Slayer does. But if you look at this from the point of it being a facility, how the fuck was anybody supposed to get around this place? You know?
I do not fear you. This match is not won yet. Come find me, Slayer. I will be waiting.
stopped moving. I will lock in signal now.
Much like everything in this map that you've now turned into a mass grave, the priest has stopped moving. Fucking booyah. Let's see how poorly we did in the rewards again. Again, I have no fucking idea how these are calculated. They just feel random. Okay. That's terrible. Alrighty. Alrighty, ladies and joyums, I think I'm gonna call it quits for today. This was a pretty fun stream. It was a good first one. I'm gonna be working on a lot of different stuff for it too in the coming days, weeks. So there's that to look forward to. I'm going to be basically working on the Discord so I can figure out basically how to stream through Discord onto here. I know other people do it, but I mean with the layout and everything. I've got the general idea of how to do it. It's just getting it from, you know, there to here. That's kind of the problem right now. So once I get that all sussed out, we're going to have a much more interactive and cooler fucking stream. And there's a lot of cool ideas that I have for this, and I'm going to try to get set in motion. So yeah. But anyway, I hope you guys had fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And yeah, support the stream. There's a link to the Patreon. You can donate there if you want to. I don't force anybody to. I don't make you sign NDAs and give me money or anything like that. So. Anyway. All right. Until next time. Take care, people. I'll see you.